I need one more.
They're counting me.
There we are. I think I've got four. I've got four. It's one more minute.
One.
I have 4 p.m. Welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates.
Present.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson. Is absent. Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. So go ahead and read the closed session items, please.
The council will discuss in closed session the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Richmond Police Officers Association versus City of Richmond et al., conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on an item that's on the closed session agenda?
There are no public speakers.
Okay, with that, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Look a little better here. I just don't look very good. You can't see.
Hello, Richard.
So I'm checking if my.
It's Winifred Day checking to see if my audio is good.
It'll come on.
I don't hear anything. Richard?
Oh. Samantha can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can we hear you?
I can't hear you. You can hear me?
Go ahead and say something. I can't hear you at all.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
Can I hear you?
What else should I do?
Richard, I can hear her.
You can hear her?
Yes.
You have to be loud.
I can't hear her at all in here.
Winifred, would you like to talk one more time? Talk as loud as you can.
Say that again.
Can you test your audio one more time?
Test 1, 2, 3.
I can barely hear her. I heard her that time.
Can you help her turn her volume up?
Turn the
I have
volume
no
up.
control of audio. That's on their, have to be on their end.
No, I mean, can you walk her where she needs to find it on her screen?
I just turned it up a little. Can you hear me better?
The best,
I know you're social distancing, but if you lower your mask and speak into your laptop,
Okay. Can you hear me better?
where's
yes.
the
Oh,
microphone?
it's because you have this connected to the desktop, not this.
I can hear Gabino
I can
perfectly.
hear Gabino.
Ready?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you'll need to sit closer to your laptop, I think.
Talk a lot louder.
Okay. I can hear you much better now. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you a little
No?
bit. I can hear you a
Okay.
little.
I'll speak much louder.
Right there, right there. That's when I can hear you.
Okay. I'll make sure to speak louder when it's my turn to talk.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you run the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? The next item after that is agenda review. Anybody have changes to the agenda? Councilor McLaughlin? Unmute.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move up in the agenda item K2. It should be a very quick item regarding scheduling a special meeting. I think it'll be very quick, and I don't feel they should have, whoever might want to speak on that should have to wait for the whole meeting.
Okay, if nobody objects, it's okay with me.
Good, thank you.
Item K2, move up. Okay, anyone else? I want to remove item H13 from the consent calendar. Anyone else? Okay, our next item is report from the city attorney.
There were no final actions taken in closed session.
Next item is report from the city manager.
Just a reminder, Mayor, to the community that a budget session with the community is scheduled for this Thursday at 4 p.m., May 6th. And there is a link to go for the Zoom meeting. My understanding is it'll be on the city's website. And I think IT might be showing it right momentarily, but we also will be able to have it on our website. And it's coming up now. And we can continue with the agenda. We'll just show that for a minute so folks can see it. That concludes my report.
Okay, we're now to open forum for public comment. Madam Clerk, would you call the speakers, please?
Yes, we have a number of speakers, and Ursula's going to call the speakers. And I will run the timer.
Yes, the speakers are Alicia Gallo, Tarnell Abbott, Angelica Flint, and Mark Wasberg. Alicia Gallo, you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Alicia Gallo, Interim Executive Director with Richmond Main Street. I'm speaking today at public comment to provide an announcement that Richmond Main Street is partnering with NIAD Art Center to bring back our Art in Windows program and to invite the community to enjoy the exhibition, which features 8 local artists and is currently on display now through May 22nd at 2 locations. The first location is the NIAD Art Center at 551 23rd Street. And the second location is the Richmond Main Street offices at 1600 Nevin Plaza. I also invite folks to tune in for the opening virtual reception on Thursday, May 13th, or next Thursday at 6 p.m. Registration is required, but it's free to attend. And additionally, the first 25 people to register will receive a free Make and Take Art workshop kit that will be available for pickup at the NIAD Art Center next week. For more information and for a link to register for the reception, please visit niadartstore.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I am really happy to let people know that the Richmond Public Library main library is open with sort of truncated hours, which are Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 1:30 to 4:30, and Wednesday, 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. So I hope that the city will do something about advertising that it's open again so that people get the word, like, put it on KCRT and announce it at city council meetings and put it on the marquee out on McDonald Avenue. Now I want to talk a little bit about Love Canal, which it was a dump in Niagara in New York. And it was a chemical dump by the Hooker Chemical Company. The history was known, and yet the area was covered by a cap, and the land was developed for homes and elementary school. And later, birth defects, miscarriages, and unexplained illnesses all pointed to exposure from the chemical dump. Well, we have a chemical dump in Richmond. It's the AstraZeneca dump and former Stauffer Chemical Manufacturing. And currently there is a cap covering it. And guess what? It's the toxic waste does plume off site. There's no containment underneath it or around it. And the waters in the bay, in the marsh are getting contaminated, and plumes are contaminating nearby businesses and the UC field station. So please do what you can, make sure it gets cleaned up, because leaving it on site and capping it is not going to protect people or the environment. You know you need to do the right thing. So please tell DTSC, clean it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelica Flint.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. My name is Angelica Flint, and I'm a longtime resident of Richmond's May Valley neighborhood. My home and my neighbors' homes are adjacent to a big open space with tall, dry grass. This open space is owned by the city of Richmond. Once a year, around the month of July, the city of Richmond brings a crew to help mitigate the fire danger by either using herbicide or gasoline-powered weed whacker to clear less than 10 feet of grass next to our fence. The gesture is nice, but it doesn't really protect us. First, the gasoline-powered weed whacker could spark a fire and put our homes in danger. The grass cuttings they leave behind continue to be potential fuel for fire. The same thing is true if they use an herbicide. We ask that the city use goats instead. The goats consume the grass that will ensure us that the fire hazard is gone and it is environmentally friendly. We have seen the nice job the goats from Goats R Us of Orinda did at Point Pinole. Their website stated the cost of about $800 per acre. To minimize the cost to the city, instead of clearing the entire hillside, Goats are asked can clear the area of just 100 feet from the residence fence. This satisfies the fire department's requirement of 100 feet of defensible space. With fires happening now in nearby cities such as Pittsburgh, Vacaville, Santa Cruz, the city of Richmond should not wait until July to mitigate the fire danger. Please send the goats now. This is a win-win solution. Thank you for putting our safety as your top priority. Have a nice.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Mark Wasberg, Richmond. You know, just because people have operations and they take this medication, you think they're going to change the same sex that they was born with? Well, it's not going to happen. Yeah, Bruce Jenner is always going to be Bruce Jenner. Chastity Bono is always going to be Chastity Bono because they still got the same DNA, and no medication is going to change that. Now our lawmakers has passed a law where these men could go into women's locker rooms, they could go into the dorms. Now you talk about harassment, these acting like a bunch of perverts. That's what they're doing, and here you have your lawmakers supporting this. This is the dumbest thing I ever seen in my entire life. Now they're abusing children. They want children to be transgenders. These kids are so messed up in the head, they don't know when to sit down or stand up to take a pee. See, this is the sickness that our civilization is doing. And even the White House says, oh, these people have rights. You don't have the right to live a lie. And this is what these transgenders are doing. They're polluting our system, our civilization with this stuff. Even that pedophile, Joe Biden, he's over there promoting little boys turning into little girls. This is the sickness of these people. And even the city council was out there promoting this garbage among our civilization. When little boys turn to little girls, we're going to have transgender month. This is the most sickening thing I ever seen. These people have no conscience. They have no guilt. They have no shame. Is that what you want? You want little boys turn into little girls? Huh? Is this what the garbage that you are going to promote? You're sick in your head. I'll yield my time.
Our next speaker is Rhonda F.
Hello. Hi, this is Rhonda Harris. Hi, this is Rhonda Harris. I'm a resident of Richmond. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity, Mayor Butt and the council members. I am standing in behalf of the Declaration of Military Appreciation Month, a proclamation that the mayor has brought forth that includes the appreciation and honoring our veterans. And we stand with him and with council members for our veterans. They do definitely deserve this honor. And so we have been standing with our veterans for 10 years. We have been on the corner of Main and Harbor Way. Many of you have seen our mural. You really can't help but to see it if you go down Harbor Way. And we've been there 10 years, since January 2011. And we're honored to serve our veterans in the capacity of housing, education services, employment services. We have a bike club. We have computers. We have exercising. We haven't done that since COVID, but we're excited for what we're doing now. We acquired 2.3 acres land, the Carson Place lot, back in 2018, and we're going to build housing for our veterans for homelessness, independent, and assisted living, and their spouse or partner. So we are encouraged, and we want you to come along with us on this journey. That lot's been sitting there for decades and decades. It's time now that we put something there in honor of our veterans and their families that can show forth who Richmond is when it comes down to supporting our men and women of the military. So thank you. I appreciate it again, Mayor Butt, for you looking out as you're a veteran and council member. So we are grateful for all of you who encourage and support our veterans. Have a great evening, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
I see a second from Martinez and a motion from Willis.
Johnson, motion from Johnson.
A
Second.
motion from
Martinez.
Councilmember, from Vice Mayor Johnson, a second by Councilmember Willis.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes, but show me voting no on item H4, please.
No on H4.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to the next item. I think this is the one we moved up, item K2. So this is a staff initiated request. So do we have a staff report?
I'll read the item into the record. Discuss and provide direction to staff regarding scheduling a special meeting for presentation of recommendations from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force and to include staff analysis.
Now do we have a staff report?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as you know, the council appointed a task force to work on the issue of reimagining public safety services. The task force has been meeting since last October, and they have been working on recommendations to bring before the city council. As you will recall, the request and direction to the task force was that they should make their recommendations and try to provide them in time for consideration in the upcoming new fiscal year budget. And so the task force has been in recent weeks focusing in earnest on anything that would relate to a budget recommendation. And so they have developed a number of recommendations that they'd like to bring forward to the city council and would like to make a presentation. The task force divided themselves into 4 different subgroups to be able to focus on different areas for recommendations. And each of those subgroups would like to have an opportunity to present their specific recommendations to the council. Of course, the whole task force has reviewed and approved these recommendations to come before the city council. Their concern was trying to do it at a regular meeting would make it difficult given the time that they have invested in their own review with the public and their own fellow task members. And so they were suggesting and hoping that the council would agree to schedule a special meeting to allow them to make the presentation, allow public comment, and hopefully provide enough information for the council to take action.
Are there any questions from council members? Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, basically, I just want to make the comment that I had an opportunity to talk with some of the task force members, and they're suggesting Monday, May 10th at 6:30 p.m. So I'm good with that. I think that is correct that these recommendations will need a special meeting, so it's not wedged into a regular meeting in between so many other items. So that is the suggestion that I would have, that we go along with May 10th, next Monday, to hear from the task force on reimagining public safety.
Any other questions? Are there public speakers?
Yes, we have a couple of public speakers. Ursula, can you please call the speakers?
Yes, the public speakers are Katrinka Ruck, Marisol Cantu, Emily Ross, Valerie Jamison, and Eddie Chacon. Katrinka Ruck.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. Sorry, the lights went out in our house. I want to thank you for this chance to speak with you. We want to thank the task force for the time they spent on the issues that impact our neighbor and businesses' health, safety, However, we don't support downsizing of the police department. While we welcome the discussion and debate of reasonable ideas, we don't agree that there was sufficient outreach, education, and involvement of all citizens of Richmond. We suggest the following. One, a more aggressive outreach to the community, including meetings with the neighborhood councils, RNCC, community groups, and businesses to determine their concerns and hear their recommendations. Two, to assess the additional monies that the city is slated to receive in the near future. Three, to investigate a phased-in pilot program or programs to address social concerns based on input from the community at large. Four, to provide answers to questions presented to the Reimagining Public Safety Committee, including those that we submitted at the April 21st meeting that they weren't addressed yet. Overall, we urge you to hold more public meetings and offer more information, education, and ability for citizens to weigh in on the recommendations before they are heard by the council. Thank you for your time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Marisol Cantu. I am a lifelong Richmond resident and was appointed by Councilmember McLaughlin to sit on the task force. And I am calling to call for the special city council meeting on May 10th. It's really in our purview to be able to have a wider discussion with that involves all of the community members. And we also, I just would like to address, the person before. We have had 4 community conversations that have been open to the public. All of our task force meetings are also open to the public and can be found online. And we are slated to present the approved proposals from the RNCC on May 20th. And so there is a lot of outreach going on right now. And I hope that we are able to push for a May 10th special city council meeting. The last 2 task force meetings, 2 of the last 3, were actually 4.5 hours long. So we really want to make sure that there's a lot of time for public comment and input for these recommendations that we've worked really, really hard on and been very intentional. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident, and I just wanted to support a special meeting taking place to review the task force recommendations. They've developed a comprehensive and complex set of recommendations that warrants a full discussion. And given the budgetary components, I think it's really time sensitive. I've been following not very closely, but I've been to several task force meetings. I'm also aware that task force members have been outreaching to neighborhood councils, have held several community roundtables, and it's offered really rich discussion. And I think the city council is a more accessible space for community members to be involved. And so I think it's really important to give this time to consider this really important set of proposals. So I hope you move forward with this special meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valerie Jameson.
Hi, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Valerie Jameson. I'm Richmond resident, particularly in the Belding Woods neighborhood. And I am also calling in to urge the council members to support the discussion moving forward on May 10th. Primarily because as a resident who's been starting to join some of those Reimagine task force meetings, I feel like there's a lot of rich discussion that should be brought to this public setting, this public forum, especially considering that so much of the discussion revolves around some really significant budgetary items that, because you all are in this active space and moment of budgeting for the next fiscal year, it's only appropriate to bring it to this public forum in this setting. I do also want to note that I attended one of those 4 community meetings that had almost 100 people in attendance. And it seemed like there were a lot of individuals affiliated with numerous community groups. And I was really inspired and impressed by that. So all of that to say that I want to honor that there has been tremendous work done on it. And as a resident, I want to be more actively engaged in the discussion alongside you all as decision makers. So hopefully you will vote to approve and move forward the discussion on May 10th. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eddie Chacon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Good evening, council members, Mayor Butt. My name is Eddie Chacon. I'm also part of the Reimagining Richmond Task Force. I'm here to also express, my thoughts on possibly presenting this on this upcoming Monday. I think it's really needed. We were tasked with this objective last summer and started meeting in October. And, we've had a bunch of task force meetings, subcommittee meetings, community roundtable discussions. And a lot of this information regarding meetings is on the City of Richmond's website. So I want you to please consider, going forward with this meeting. I think it's really needed, and a deeper discussion needs to happen in seeing where you all stand with what is recommended and proposed. With that being said, thank you, and look forward to hearing your response.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, are there any comments from council members, or do we have a motion? Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we schedule a special city council meeting specifically to review the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force recommendations on Monday, May 10th at 6:30 p.m.
I second that. I also, since this was under the purview of the city council, are these meetings online so that people who are interested can preview them?
Which meetings are you talking about? The one for Monday?
Task force.
No,
Oh,
the meetings that the task force has been having up to now.
Councilmember Martinez, yes, you are correct. All the meetings are available for the public to be able to participate in, and they are also available for them to watch if they haven't been able to attend it. We upload the video of the meeting so they can watch it after the fact.
Okay, but my question is, are they already uploaded so that people can, and are those sites available on the city website?
Yes, on our Reimagining website, we do have a link to the videos, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Councilmember Bates.
That was a request that the coordinating neighborhood council participate and make a recommendation. Does this meeting precede their ability to hold a hearing and to listen to some facts and then come back with a recommendation of their own?
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that for Councilmember Bates, my understanding from the neighborhood council is they have been able, they can allot 20 minutes for the presentation. And as of course the task force members indicated, it takes at least probably twice that amount to present all of the recommendations. So right now, we're not quite sure what the coordinating council is going to be requesting. Are they just going to want to hear from a couple of the subcommittees that made recommendations? At this point, it's uncertain as to whether they will receive all of them.
Are you aware of when their next meeting is to be held?
It is my. I'm sorry. I think another speaker indicated. I think they said it was the 20th that they were holding that meeting. I apologize. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Well, I appreciate well, I'm uncomfortable moving forward without the neighborhood council. We have 40 some neighborhood councils. I don't know how well they organize, but there is at least 40 some neighborhood councils that should be a participant in whatever decision with their recommendations. So unless the meeting is continued after the neighborhood councils have had an opportunity to meet, I will not support the motion.
Any other comments from council members? I'm not going to support it either for several reasons. One is that I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be on an airplane. So assuming this passes, the vice mayor will preside over that meeting. Second of all, one of the reasons you have committees like the task force is to do all the hard legwork and finally come up and consolidate a recommendation that's made to the decision-making body. And opening this up and having all of the subcommittees make their individual presentations, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. We have laid on already 3 additional council meetings in the next 2 months. We just had one of them, which turned out to be a huge waste of time. So my recommendation, and I know it's not going to stand, but my recommendation would be to have the task force prepare a written summary of their recommendations, present it at a regular council meeting, have public input, and and then move on. So unless somebody else has a comment, I guess it's would you call the vote, please?
Yeah, I just want to remind the folks that one of those special meetings is on the 11th. So we will also be meeting on the 11th.
Well, why don't we just meet every night? Okay, let's call the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
I'm presiding over the meeting, so I'm gonna have to support it. yeah.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no.
So really quickly, while we're on the topic, Mayor Butt, so that means you're not gonna be there Tuesday on the 11th either?
I'll be there I won't be in Richmond on the 11th, but I will be at the meeting. I'm going to be like Nat Bates. I'm going to attend from afar.
Well, that's what virtual is for, baby. You do you.
Okay, I believe our next item is item I1, the budget session.
Yes. Item I1 is to receive a budget status update and presentation on the first draft of the fiscal year 2021 through 22 annual operating budget.
So good evening, Council. I am going to provide some of the context and overview this evening, and Antonio is helping me out by sharing the presentation. I thank him for that. So I want to start with an overview on the next slide and talk about a little bit of, again, try to pull together a number of themes to have there be full context for the budget. So last year, as you all know, when we were developing the budget for the current fiscal year, we had a particularly large deficit. So there was kind of a regular, ongoing issue that we've had for many years, structural deficit issues, on top of serious concerns about the pandemic and the impact that those might have had on our budget situation. We also at that time thought that the pandemic was going to end much earlier. Our long-term view was that it was going to end by December. So that did result in an unprecedented number of frozen positions, budget placeholders, other measures that we took to adopt a balanced budget. The good news is that over the course of the year, of the current fiscal year to date, we have had we've had some more revenue than we expected. So we've had less of a decline in sales tax than we originally anticipated. There were a number of large property transactions that have, and we believe will continue to result in some additional one-time money. And those are going to be able to address some of the placeholders I'm going to talk about in a minute. You know, in the hope that could sort of help out again temporarily going forward. At the same time, we're having some operational challenges in that we had a number of senior managers who left the organization last year through retirements or through promotions in other communities. And we're in the process of trying to hire, but we also need some interim folk to be able to continue this process forward. So we are having some operational challenges. I really want to thank a number of people for stepping up. We have had LaShonda do a lot of extra work, Antonio in the finance department, and Bert and Vanessa. They're really stretching and pitching in, and I really appreciate all their efforts to get us to where we are. We are currently operating with an unexpected, with our finance director being out unexpectedly for a number of weeks. So those are some things that we are dealing with. We also, given all of that, I know I am disappointing the mayor extraordinarily yet again because I'm continuing the tradition of a number of past city managers in that by May the 1st, we're not bringing a balanced budget to you. So what we're seeing tonight is what you've seen in past years at the first meeting in May, that we have it's a current snapshot of revenue and expenditure estimates, and those include some requests to continue service delivery. So as a summary, so at a high level overview, on the next slide, what you'll see are our current estimates for revenue and expenditure totals of the current fiscal year. So when you adopted the budget at the beginning of last fiscal year, there were a number of placeholders in that budget. At the mid-year, you all did readopt the budget, and it included the changes in estimates of revenue. So our revenue estimates increased. We went ahead and you all adopted a budget that incorporated those increases in revenue. And that allowed for potentially some budget surplus in the current fiscal year. We have been successful in obtaining a number of those placeholders. They're listed here. We have not yet brought to you, but we have successfully negotiated with Chevron to modify our ECIA agreement. That will be coming to you all for approval in the near future. We also we're hopeful that we're still going to have some savings from staff attrition. And that was, again, a placeholder in the budget that we're hopeful we'll be able to keep on track with. We also were successful in our Police Officer Association negotiations in having them provide some accommodations. However, we had additional accommodations in the current year budget of just over $2.4 million. And we have not achieved those accommodations. And given the time where we are in the current fiscal year, we have to assume that we won't be realizing those savings. And therefore, that surplus comes down to about $1.7 million. Keep in mind also that we had not reached policy reserves in the current fiscal year. And so we have this amount to potentially work with. So then what happens is we continually try and update our revenue and expenditure projections for the current fiscal year. We also have started a process, and while you see here on the screen some of these things that relate to particular calendars, I have to admit that things don't always go exactly as we envision them. So we have asked for departments to give us some information. That information has been coming in all along. It did not end in February, and so that has continued to require us to modify our data and our information. We also have been able to try and start meeting. The finance department has been starting meeting with the departments about that and trying to get things as cleaned up and as buttoned up as possible to make our estimates as accurate as possible. And where we are right now is you're seeing this budget roll up as drafted by finance as we best know it. And we will continue the process until we adopt a balanced budget towards the end of June, just as we've done in past years. I am confident that we'll be able to do that. So in terms of those current estimates, we see on the next slide that we are overall, we've looked at every single one of our revenue sources at some level of detail. Overall, we're expecting about a 4% increase in revenue. However, at the current moment, given the requests that have been made, and I want to emphasize that these are requests, there's about a 14% increase in expenses. However, a lot of that does have to do with mandated expenses that we have no control over. So when you put those two, when you put the dollars together, it's about a almost $12.6 million deficit that we're starting with, and that we're going to be able to, I believe, address over the next couple of months. So when we look at the major changes that goes into some of this, you can see here that 4% increase in revenue is made up of a variety of things. You'll note one interesting component. So we have increases showing in property sales tax, utility tax, business licenses, and other revenue. There's a large increase in business license revenue. That's due to the Measure U that was successfully passed. And then we also have these other taxes, which include the documentary transfer tax. We're showing a reduction only because we have increased the amount in your mid-year budget. So it's only compared to the mid-year budget. It's still going to be higher than otherwise at baseline it would have been. And the expenditure side of it, again, a lot of these things are things that we are contractually obligated to do. We have some information, and we can answer more questions at the end of this on more specifics. But we do have overtime that we need to bring back up to the levels at which we are actually spending. We also have folks who are available to get step increases in their salary, things like that. And we have a constant placeholder in for some COLAs. We also have transfers out. A part of transfers out includes the first year of funding for the Kids First program. And I know folks are really looking forward to that. So in terms of how we're going to close this gap, we will continue to look at those revenues and expenditures. I am also going to be taking a close look at the department requests that are ones that we have discretion over. I really want to emphasize that much of what has been put into the budget as a proposal that's above what we call baseline, much of it is really trying to get us back to the pre-pandemic service levels that we were offering. So, some folks in public works to help with abatement, some more part-time staff so that we can run our library and recreation programs again. Things like that are, again, are just trying to bring service levels, sort of back to where we were. As I mentioned previously, we had so many frozen positions that in a lot of cases, we're trying to address that. We also want to work with the unions on ideas that they might have about this, and we want to continue to look at the allowable use of the American Recovery Plan Act funds, the ARPA funds, as those may be able to help us with some one-time expenditures. I also want to remind folks that we do have a whole lot of things that are kind of outstanding. You heard me mention ARPA here already. Last week, you heard about the fact that the Housing Authority does owe the city approximately $15 million. And we have had a report come out that says there is possibly around $9 million of that debt that is not going to be allowed to be repaid to the city. So that is something we are very much working with our bond advisors and with our auditor and looking at what that really means, and if there is anything else we can do about that and how we address that issue, if that is a significant issue that we have to do this year, which we're currently hearing it is. The requests that have been submitted do not include recommendations from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. We still have some outstanding negative fund balances. We are going to be taking a look at our risk management litigation funds. And we also have some really key priorities around some capital maintenance needs because we haven't been able to address a lot of things over the years. So some of these are unknown issues. Some of these are issues that could more negatively impact the budget. And some could affect it positively. So we're still looking to have that settle out as we get more information. Big picture again too, and this is again, bigger picture, longer term type of things. We all know that we've had some delayed investments in our organization and some ongoing challenges. So we have not been investing in our employees. We are trying to do a class and comp study so that we can understand where we're starting from. We have neglected our facilities and our physical assets in many ways, and some of the conditions in terms of leaking roofs and that type of thing are just really getting to be very significant and creating poor working environments and a poor quality for the community to work in. We've been, every year we try and do the minimal amount, just the absolute minimal amount for our fleet or for equipment replacement. Sometimes that impacts us in that things break since we haven't been doing maintenance, and then it costs us more money in the long run. You all have been hearing for years about our OPEB liabilities. We haven't met the new reserve policy of 15% in the past couple of years. And I know that we're all tired of hearing about this kind of annual crisis and structural deficit that we are solving often, and probably in the next fiscal year too, with some one-time funds that really we should be better using ongoing funds for ongoing expenses. So we've all been talking about how we can come to a point for a long-term fiscal sustainability plan. In terms of the actual budget, the one-year budget that we adopt, there's a couple of key meetings coming up, and I just want to point out that next Tuesday on the 11th, we will be bringing back, per your request, the department budget presentations. They'll be sharing with everybody what services each department provides, and the accomplishments that they have been able to do in the past year, even within the pandemic. It's pretty impressive, and we should be very proud of what has been accomplished. And then also some of the opportunities and challenges that they have. And then the second meeting to call your attention to, because it's a revised date, is June the 1st. June the 1st is when, again, at your regular city council meeting, when we would start to talk about some possible options for that long-term component, not likely anything that would be incorporated and adopted for the next fiscal year, unless we updated the budget later in the year. But at least at that point, we can start to get some feedback from everybody about about just some ideas and some initial feedback on things that we might want to review and move forward with to try and get to that long-term fiscal sustainability. So with that, we just wanted to present, again, the high-level overview, and we are happy to answer questions.
Who has questions? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes, Councilmember Willis had his hand raised first, so please.
Well, you go ahead. I can't tell who went first or last. Go ahead. I'm just one from.
Okay, Melvin, could you go first? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Thank you for the brief presentation, City Manager. I do know that deficit we're looking at right now this year is way better than what we were looking at last year, so that's good. I guess the couple of requests that I have, you did mention that we do have things that, are just kind of mandated and obligations that we have to budget for next to the request. Whenever we come back and get an update, can you be very clear on breaking down, like, these are kind of like the absolute things we do need to do versus these are like the additional requests, so we can help measure the importance of that? Would you be able to bring that back?
Yes, we would be able to bring back specifics on that. And I can just give you a couple of examples right now, just for sort of a flavor. One example is PERS. Another example is related to the step increases.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then in terms of those are related to personnel. Another example would be if, and I don't know if this is the case, but another type of example are contractual obligations, for instance, animal control services. If they give us a bigger bill, unless we go do our own animal control, we're sort of stuck in some ways. Or we have contracts that have some inflators every year, the contracts that you all have improved. So those are type of things that we have to move forward with.
I know it's okay. I know Councilmember Bates will disagree with me on this, but I have seen the animal control trucks around the city walking around, but that's just me. But I guess the other thing in terms of like getting creative and working with what we got, this is just an idea, but just thinking about our abatement and our landscaping, I just want to say I do like what the public speaker brought up around just trying to do some of the goat rentals for some of those areas that we're not able to do. I mean, I seen them in Point Pinole, and the kid in me was extremely happy, and it also, you know, it worked out too. I was like, oh,
They're pretty cute, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. I love goats. But
and they eat poison oak. They're awesome.
Wow, eat poison oak. I didn't know. Why do you know that fact? But we don't need to get into that. But I would like to actually look into that for real. Like, what does that look like for some of those areas that we're having trouble maintaining? And is there a, you know, fiscally responsible way to do that and maintain some of the overgrown areas that we have? And also in terms of overall abatement, I would like to see us potentially, if it's possible, be more involved with the West County Unified School District or any type of district that requires some sort of volunteer hours to be met, and also engaging with community members, because with a lot of the illegal dumping that's happening, it's constant every single day. It's all over the city, and it's also from people that don't even live here. So as opposed to us, you know, if we don't have the staff and manpower, I'm thinking like getting some volunteer services to help out with people with volunteer hours to do something like that, or getting community members involved to help be like block captains in the neighborhood to have a collaborative relationship with the city. Like, I know moving forward, for a better generation, they do a lot of community cleanups independently and have a relationship with the city, and it's volunteer. So I want to see how we can expand on that and do deeper engagement, because I can think that can help us solve some of our ongoing problems and save money at the same time, and help somebody else out who is required to do volunteering or even just wants to do it. So that's just a couple of the impressions I've had so far, hearing what I heard, and I'm done. But is there a way for the city to possibly look into those type of services in terms of getting volunteers for some of these things that we're having gaps in filling financially?
Yeah, so that's really helpful feedback. I appreciate that very much on all those things, and a couple of comments. So I am pleased, as you all know, I've mentioned that we have a new public works director. And abatement in general is something that he's really been focused on by me, although he's only been here just a couple of weeks. So I think over time, I'm hopeful that that will continue to be something that we will be able to find some different, better ways to be more efficient and effective. Current staff is maxed out and working incredibly hard. So the idea of volunteerism is also a great idea. I will ask the Community Services Department to make sure they include in their presentation next Tuesday about the services they provide, which includes coordinating volunteers. And so it's something we currently do, and we can, as you said, we can look at, can we expand on that?
Also, last comment I'll say, and I'll shut up. If it's not too much of a big expense to and doesn't break the budget, even having like a dedicated position for volunteer coordinators for like that might just be a good investment in the long run too. But that's just some impressions I have.
Yeah, and also to be clear, it's goats that eat poison oak, not sheep.
Yes, goats. We were talking about goats, I didn't, but yes, you're correct. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager, for the presentation. It's a good presentation in terms of like little overall of what we need. I think one thing that I want to recommend is that the overview of budget needs is missing. The actual community needs, what are the economic, health, and services needs. I feel like that after a year of pandemic and recession, our community has major needs, so it will be good to have that. And with that, I have a couple of questions, just kind of like looking at the presentation and the information that it was put in the iron and agenda, and following Councilmember Willis' comments around the process, and I have like, that is also like around my first comment. What was the process for determining how departments could increase their budgets? Were they given any direction on the allowable level of increase or criteria for the request? Are they being vetted in any way, or they are going to be vetted before they are going to be presented next time?
So they were requested to stay at baseline, and there's a justification in terms of requested increases. And so I will now be undertaking that vetting.
Okay.
And again, the majority of them are just trying to keep providing the same services pre-pandemic. Again, increasing library services, recreation services, that type of thing. For instance, bringing back part-time staff.
Yeah, and I think it's because when I see the proposed, the total expenditure projection are 23 million higher than the last year. And there are some positions at request and other additional appropriations, but that doesn't add up when you look at the, like, for instance, like in page 7 of the agenda item, you talk about salary, wages, and benefits. And you say that is increased in 18.9 million compared to the previous year. But when you add everything that is here, it goes around like 12.5 million. And then you go to the one of the attachments that you chose with some of the requirements for staffing it goes, I believe, 2.4 million. So there is 4 millions that if you add up, it doesn't, I don't know where the 4 millions are accountable for. So can you explain that a little bit?
So I don't know if staff can quickly come up with exact all of those things, but I know that there were some additional things. So for instance, overtime is something that we are putting back in the budget because we're going to continue to have overtime. And so it's officially above the baseline, but it's something that we're going to have to pay and is happening regardless because of minimum staffing and some other issues like that. I'm trying to pull up, I don't know if LaShonda or Antonio has the ability to pull up the detail to reconcile some of those numbers.
Maybe Antonio is able to do that, but just looking in the staff report, we understand that all the numbers won't add up. What we tried to do in the staff report was highlight major expenditures, knowing that everything doesn't add up. So, we can, so that's what we attempted to do. So I completely understand that it doesn't add up to $18.9 million totally, and some of the other ones may not either, but we really just tried to highlight major changes for the council and for the community.
So following that, LaShonda, thank you so much. But can we see the baseline budgets for all departments for last year and this year's? And so we can have that, we can compare and see why, like, the increases is the increase and why. There is nothing here in the information that was provided for us to look the department budgets. And I see that there is a couple of requests of staffing. It will be good to have that. It would have been good to have it today, but since we didn't have it today, if you can share it, that would be great.
Yes, I can let you know that next week on the 11th, where departments are coming to present and share, as Laura stated, about services they're providing, accomplishments, and then opportunities. What will accompany that is a position control, so you can see the staffing in terms of what is in the budget, plus the additional requests will be a separate item. And then you will see the department budgets and comparing mid-year to what is proposed. So you'll have that next week as part of that agenda item.
And can you add a list of citywide vacancies?
I will talk to finance staff and see if we can pull that together.
Yeah. And my last question, because I know that other city councils want to ask other questions, but we passed a budget guiding principles also just in terms of like transparency. And so I want to see how the budget guiding principles were used for these to propose this budget. For instance, just kind of like one topic, what was like, did you use the formula that we that in the budget principles were recommended for the documentary transfers revenues? And if not, what formula do you use, and can we just to project the documentary transfer tax revenue?
Right, so just to be clear, so this isn't yet this isn't really a proposed budget. This is the snapshot of what we've been given so far. And so the analysis about those different recommendations, including the information with the budget principles, needs to be done still.
So it means that probably this budget will totally change for the next.
I suspect it will, well, it has to change because it has to become balanced.
Okay, and so I just wanted to understand the process, because if we are here trying to discuss a draft budget that hasn't been vetted before by you and other staff, I hope that like the idea, I understand the idea of bringing it up, but I would like to have, we could have a richer discussion with more vetted budget, draft budget. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Martinez.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was, are we getting quarterly vacancy reports? Are those being made? And if so, how often, and who do they go to?
I would have to talk to finance staff and look back at what is included in your monthly updates that are provided by finance to city council with regards to the budget, to see if vacancy information is included in that. So
Okay.
I can't answer that question at the moment, but I will look into it.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't remember seeing anything, so but I thought, I can always miss it. A city is a organic being, and so it continually changes. And with the vacancies, people are hired, people retire at various times. So at any point of time, there's a different number of vacancies. And it would be very helpful to me and to the rest of the council to have a timeline listing all the hires and retires, or so that we get an idea of how vacancies alter how the city is run. And also the information of vacancies, it varies, from who you talk to. I know in some instances there's up to 38 vacancies. If you, I know it's difficult to calculate, but if you look at Transparent Richmond, you can count up to 38 vacancies. And from finance, you've given us a number of 24, I believe. And from the police, I believe you've gotten 13. So the question is, exactly how many vacancies are there? And this is important because the vacancies and the hires really determine what our budget's going to look like. You know, I know it's all projection, and it's projections made on assumptions. And one of the assumptions is how many people, how many employees do we have? And so in order to do that, we need to know that. And that also brings up the issue of frozen and unfrozen positions. You know, with these new positions that we're asking for, how many of them, you know, are frozen that we're asking to be unfrozen? And if not, are we actually creating a new position to basically fill in what a frozen position might have been doing? You know, I mean, there's a lot of creative managing that can happen, and it's good for us to know exactly what that might be.
I can answer part of that right now because I was curious myself. So of the 29 positions that are being discussed for general, that have been asked for, 9 are unfreezing.
Okay,
And five would, only 5 of the 29 would be new, and the rest are changes.
okay, so 5 new and the rest are changes.
9 unfrozen, 5 new, the rest are changes.
And this is out of 19 positions, you said?
Out of 29.
Oh, 29, okay. Okay, so, you know, this is the kind of information that is really helpful to us in terms of determining how to massage the budget. And the other thing, you said earlier that, well, the process that we're using to find a balanced budget is not a process that we've used previously. You know, previously we've had a city manager who has basically, with the mayor, determined what the budget should be, and then they bring it to council, and then we debate it and change it at council meeting. Last year we had a different process, and that was because the budget that the city manager and the mayor came up with was not possible. And so we, as a council, decided to do it collectively. And so we had 3 council members, staff, and union members come together to figure out how we can balance the budget, how we could balance the budget. And, you know, we were able to do that collectively. But this process seems different because, it seems to be more organic, and I'm not really sure how, you know, I learned the steps as they come. I just wanted to point out the fact that this is a different process, and you know, I'm not going to judge it as better or worse, you know, but it is different, and it's taking a lot of getting used to. I saw in the report that you were going to consider using the American Rescue Plan, ARPA, to possibly, how shall I say, to supplement services that have disappeared because of the pandemic. And I think that that's an appropriate use for those services, for those finances. But there's also issues about budget numbers. For instance, there's a $2.9 million that is from the engineering cost recovery, and you know, I think that I thought that was taken care of. I thought that it no longer existed, but it seems to be listed as a deficit. Is that correct?
In terms of a negative fund balance, are you talking about a
Yes.
negative fund balance?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't, Antonio, can you address that one? Because over the past several years, the council's done a great job on addressing our negative fund balances. We do still have a couple more to go. Is there maybe a slide that we could put up about that in particular?
Sure. I'm sorry. Give me a second here. I thought I
Yeah,
had it
thank
ready.
you.
And this is the current balance, negative fund balances as of July 1st, 2020. So for a lot of the funds, City Council has done a great job of reducing. A few years back, it was over $20 million. Currently, as of right now, the beginning of the fiscal year is $4.8 million. The biggest one is the engineering cost recovery fund. Went down a little bit last year, but it's still significant.
And the source of this, can we describe if we hope that over time that will be cured, or if we're going to have to use actual dollars to cure that?
I'm not particularly sure, but I'm not sure about the engineering cost recovery fund. I think it's probably over time, but too slowly.
I know that we have stopped that was growing over time, and we have stopped that from growing because we can't recover. Not all engineering costs can be recovered. Some of the engineering costs are city projects. And so we have corrected this in one way, and that we're not allowing that to continue to grow and become more negative. So we can get more information on that in the future about how we hope to address it over time.
Okay, I was under the impression, I was trying to find it in the CAFR, but I was under the impression that the engineering cost recovery was no longer.
So what you're probably remembering is essentially accurate. It's not that it's not that the fund balance that we need to cure went away. It's that we stopped it from getting worse. So it went away from one perspective in that it doesn't exist anymore in terms of its own cost center. It's all in the general fund budget at this point. But that remaining amount that was owed to it, that we realized we weren't going to get true cost recovery for, that amount is still owed. That amount is still an upside down account.
So that amount is almost 3 million?
Almost 3 million, correct.
Okay.
I also believe that fund has been closed, so it will not get worse.
Right. It's not going to get worse than it's not going to get worse than that.
Okay. That's it for now.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, in the staff report, it shows the number of revenue sources that are projected to go down compared with the current year. And could you walk us through them? I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And why are they projected to decrease compared to this year?
Sure. I can't do all 7 off the top of my head. Can someone help me out?
Antonio is going to do an amazing job of explaining this.
I'm trying to figure out which ones. I mean, obviously, documentary transfer tax. That's the big one because the bar was set so high this year because of a few large sales.
What I'm looking at is page 4 of the agenda report.
Are you looking at the table, Councilmember?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what he's referring to is other taxes, which includes documentary transfer tax. I just want to clarify that. And that's a deficit of a difference of negative 5.6 million. But go ahead, Antonio.
Please.
Okay, so other taxes, that's the big one. Fines and forfeitures.
Could you explain though why the 5 million? I guess you threw me off because I was looking for a documentary, but now I see it's under other taxes. So could you repeat what you said?
Sure. So this year we're probably going to get at mid-year we thought we were going to get 13 million. It's probably be above 15 million. That's based on some really large sales. Hilltop Mall is the most recent one. Those don't happen every year. There's really no way of knowing if they will happen every year. because of that, we can't necessarily budget for these things that don't happen often. We have increased that line item. The previous 2 years were 6 million. This year we're budgeting 8 million as the baseline. If large sales happen in the first half of the year, we'll adjust that in mid-year. But we can't really assume, at least I can't assume, that these large sales that in of itself bring in $3.5 million will be happening more than, will be happening often or regularly.
So again, the change is compared to what is in the budget. And so the bar, as Antonio said, was set so high that to make sure we're not, over counting, we have still increased over what we have done in other budget years, but not as much as actually happened this year because of those large number of very large property sales.
Okay, yeah, please continue with the fines and forfeitures.
Fines and forfeitures, for example, is monies collected by either by the county or by the police department for the city of Richmond. Just based on numbers we have through the state, we project out what we think is going to happen next year, and it's probably going to be less than what happened last year. Charges for services, same basic. The main thing here was, I was going to say the school district contract, but that was the year before. I don't have the number in front of me, but it's less. We're assuming we're not going to reach those budget amounts.
We might need to come back with some of the additional detail.
Some of the rationale for that would be helpful to know.
The line item detail.
Yeah.
I mean, most of these are a combination of many different things, not one particular thing or not one contract, but a combination of different things happening or not happening in the future.
Mm-hmm. Why are you projecting the grants revenues going down? Are these things that the city applied for last year and doesn't expect to apply for this, or the next fiscal year?
We can't budget for a grant until we actually know we're going to receive it. So this is the typical item that we bring to City Council as grants become available and as we accept them and move them into our financial system. So that's one of the lines that changes through the year.
Would this include ones that we know are expiring?
Right.
So when we know we're expiring, we don't include the revenue, even if it's one that we might get in the future. Is that correct?
That's correct. And most grants aren't actually in the general fund. There's a different fund where we track them and track the expenses and track the revenues. Mm-hmm. This might be an ONS grant, for example.
Okay. And the rental income, what is that from and why is that going down?
I think we had some properties that were rented before that currently aren't going to be rented. Don't have the names in front of me right now, though.
Okay, if you could get us a little bit more detail on why these revenue sources are going down, that would be helpful. And I have one other question. In terms of the vehicle account, there's an addition of 2.8 million for vehicle replacement. Can you share what vehicles account for that 2.8 million? What vehicles for what departments?
We do have a list that's been generated by our fleet manager. I don't think I have her title correct, so excuse me, Dee Carnes, for not having your title correct, but she does an amazing job of tracking our fleet and providing a list annually in terms of what fleet in different departments needs to be replaced. And so we do have a comprehensive list from her. The reason why you see such a substantial change is because in previous years, because of budget issues, we've had to really limit and ask her to cut down what is being requested. So we do have a list, and per the city manager, we can bring that list back at a subsequent city council meeting, if that's okay.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think a lot of other questions were asked that were illuminating, but yeah, in terms of the next step is to what? To bring bring back a balanced budget or bring, or is the departmental, I know you had it up on the screen, the departmental presentations.
Yeah, so we have the departmental presentations next week. That again is mostly informational for you all. We're going to get some feedback. We're going to present at the third week in May the information about ARPA. We are hoping that we have the federal government guidelines by that point, but I'm ever pessimistic about that. Because we're hoping to be able to make some, to get some feedback from you all about how to incorporate that into the budget. So anyway, that's a significant component, which would then allow us to develop a more balanced budget and come back either on the 25th or the 1st kind of time frame. And again, it's an iterative process that you all have gone through. Which allows us to adopt, final budget at the end of June.
Okay, that sounds good for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? We haven't heard from Johnson, Bates, Willis. You guys have any questions?
Willis was the first person to speak.
Willis went, Johnson's shaking his head.
My
there
questions
we
were
go.
asked. That's why I came out taking notes. So thank y'all.
Okay, so before we call the public speakers, I had a couple of comments. I was not here when the Richmond Charter was adopted, but the charter reads, it states, Article 3A, Section 2B, quote, the mayor shall work with the city manager in preparing an annual budget for submission to the city council, unquote. Now, I was here when the city council adopted Municipal Code Section 2.61.010, which states, quote, deadline for submitting proposed budget to the city council. No later than the first Tuesday of May of each year, the city manager shall submit a proposed budget to the city council for the succeeding fiscal year. The proposed budget shall set forth in detail an estimate of revenues, proposed expenditures, and such other information as the city manager concludes will enhance the budget process, unquote. So I have a couple of problems with this so-called budget. The first one is, and despite the fact that I've made several requests, the city manager has ignored my offer to be involved in the budget process as prescribed by the charter. I don't know what her motivations are, but I just want to lay it out there.
Mayor, if you'd like to reschedule the meeting you just canceled for Friday, I'd be happy to meet with you.
Okay, well, if we're going to talk about the budget, then I can lay it back on.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Okay. The second has to do with the Richmond Municipal Code. Now, Councilmember Bates may have been there at the same time, but the history of this is that for many years, we were going through a budget process that's very similar to the one we're in now, where we would start talking about a budget maybe in April, and we would work through multiple meetings, April, May, June, and somehow by the end of June, we would cobble together a budget and pass it at the last minute. The city council was very unhappy with this process. They felt like that it should start earlier, and that the last month or last couple of months or month and a half should be used to fine tune the budget, not to build the budget. And so that's why they passed this. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but when I hear the word budget, I think about a balanced budget. What we have here is not a balanced budget. What we have here is part of it. I think is responsive to the municipal code. It's a projection of what our revenues are going to be for the next fiscal year. The other part of it is simply a combination of all the requests from various departments. And as we've heard, it's $12 million out of whack. That's not a budget. And so instead of having a budget that we can work with, we really have nothing. We have the idea that we're at least $12 million in the hole, and we're going to try to spend the next 2 months figuring out how to get out of it. So I can tell you that was not what the city council had in mind when they passed this. And so I'm very disappointed in this process. I'm disappointed that we have our first budget presentation tonight, and the city manager's offering to meet with me to talk about it on Friday. And I'm disappointed that the city manager has not done what she's supposed to do, and that is to provide a budget. So those are my concerns. And at this point, I guess if nobody else has questions or comments, we'll call the public speakers.
Looks like we have one public speaker. And Ursula
Yes,
can-
the public speaker is phone number ending in 7585. Can you please state your name for the record? Hello?
Hi, this is Sean Stahlbaum from IFPT Local 21. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. Thank you for the budget presentation tonight. I just wanted to quickly point out a few things and kind of echo some of the requests that were actually made by council members. I think in looking at the budget, it's obviously important to remember that these are projections, and it looks like, based on what's been presented and what the city manager indicated, that there's some optimism that we'll be able to get to a balanced budget by the end of June. I think what would be one thing that would be really helpful towards that goal would be to have baseline departmental budgets from last year versus this year, indicating, and for all those departments where they're requesting to increase spending versus last year, make sure that it's very clearly articulated what's driving those spending increases department by department. That's something that's missing from the budget presentation that would be super helpful in terms of identifying the priority areas that are being targeted for additional spending this year, especially given the projected increased expenditures versus the increased revenues. So just wanted to state that request, and thank you for the presentation tonight. We look forward to working as much as we can collaboratively through the next few weeks to try to help the city in any way we can to achieve a balanced budget. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Cody.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cody. I work as a researcher with SCIU 1021. I have to echo most of what's been said already, but what really concerns me is that when a document like this is put out as a draft budget to the public, to council, and it sets up the belief that there will be a deficit of $12.5 million, or around $12 million, it sets a precedent. It sets basically a baseline. And it sounds like the baseline was sort of done by throwing a hodgepodge of numbers at a wall and seeing where things kind of fell out. There is no, stating that you have an $18.9 million increase in salaries and benefits, but then not accounting for 4 million of that in your most basic sort of addition is shocking, I have to say. You can't put out and state that you're going to have a deficit like this and then not account for the actual numbers that make up for that deficit. And again, I would reiterate that this occurred exactly the same way last year. Last year, there was a mid-year budget that was pretty reasonable, basically, or a mid-year report about the current year. And there was a discussion in March about how the budget would track, for the most part, maybe 5% or so above what the previous year had been. And then literally 2 weeks later, the budget jumped 29 million deficit in a 2-week period. And here we go again, now we have a projection from, what was sort of anticipated to be a good year to suddenly now we again have an enormous deficit. So I just would say that putting out budgets or drafts that have very little documentation and or very little basis for projection create a false sense in the public's eye and in the council's. And I feel that it needs to be considered more carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Any other comments from council members before we move to the next item? This is not an action item.
I had one
Councilmember
comment.
Bates.
I share your frustration, Mr. Mayor. I guess over the period of time I've been around, we've always had a city manager to come forward with a balanced budget. And that includes whatever salary increases were available and the revenue matching the expenditures. And that is their primarily professional responsibility. I'm not prepared to start nickel and diming. You ought to cut 20,000 here and add 30 over here and so forth. That is their job to come forward with a balanced budget as mandated by the state. And I don't understand why, as a council, we're going to have to start pitting one program against the other one. That's not my job. I'm not putting priorities on the police or the fire or the library or whatever, who should be cut and so forth. That's management's responsibility. And I do agree with the last speaker where, you know, if you start from what you had last year and you move forward with respect to what's going to be added and what's going to be cut, I think you'll be moving forward in a direction for a balanced budget. I'm confused with all of this deficit. And I've sent an email to the city manager and the staff yet to receive. There's one page in there, I couldn't locate it because I'm out of state now, but it showed a 15% salary increase. I didn't get a response to that. And maybe the city manager can speak to that. That's salary increase, another, I think, 8% for benefits, the PERS and so forth. I'm confused. And I'd like to get a response from the city manager, the staff, or someone as to the differentiation between the deficit that we're talking about and what it should be as a balanced budget. And I don't know how we're going to get to that point.
Yeah, so the net overall difference is based on those the revenues and expenditures above, and we've really tried to show what the requests are, and not just requests, but requests and mandated things that are above that baseline budget. In terms of the 15%, I have shared that information request, and I am wondering if we have the information here tonight to go through that in particular.
Laura, I'm looking at Councilmember Bates' question about the 15% in terms of on what authority did salary or benefits go up by that percentage. And if maybe I'm not fully understanding the question, but the percentage difference includes many things for both salary and benefits. So it's not that council has provided city staff direction to provide any classification or any individual increase. Some of those changes are because people have automatic step increases that are built in per their MOUs. Some of the increases on salaries are because departments are requesting new positions, not that they have been officially approved by council because the budget hasn't been adopted. But those are the things that are in there. On the benefit side, some of that is there's just an increase in OPEB, an increase in PERS that we don't have control over. So some of what you're seeing is what is included because we have to have it in there. And other things are due to MOU, and some are because people are proposing it, and we will wait to see if that is actually approved as the city manager and others continue to look at and evaluate the budget.
showing a breakdown
What?
of that. We'll come back with a specific breakdown.
Yes, so per the request, we will come back with detailed revenue and expenditure changes per line.
Are you through, Councilmember Bates?
Well, for the time being, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, I don't know how much this is relevant, but the comments kind of triggered a memory. I'm wondering if it's possible actually to go back to 2017 around the June and July time, because I do remember getting a bunch of feedback about this and it got raised, but never ever got done because it was all on consent calendar. But there was like a list of reclassifications that happened within the organization that was just kind of like, okay, this is all right to accept, but it just kind of came out of left field and out of nowhere. And it's been bothering me ever since on those reclassifications and what those positions are actually doing. So I don't know if it's worth going back and looking at that, but as we're talking about getting to a more fiscally sustainable budget, I'd be curious to get another pair of eyes on those reclassifications that were approved, just to see like what function they serve today and if it's a good use of our resources. It was a question that got brought up, but we as a council never challenged it and there wasn't enough information on it, so we kind of went with it, but it's still been bugging me ever since then. So that's just a comment I wanted to bring up and see if it's something worth looking into.
And for clarification, I just that's in, you said June or July of 2017?
Yeah, June, July 2017. It was a slew of research. It was a slew of reclassification items that popped up on consent calendar one day. And I remember there was a lot of chatter about it, but it got justified somehow. Like a lot of things were justified to us. And then, well, let's just say we're still trying to figure out how we get ourselves back on track. And I figure looking into that and seeing how that plays into our budget today, and if there's any creative ways to address that, would be possibly worth exploring if there's time to do so.
And one of the things that is always something that we're striving to find the right balance on as staff is we get a lot of feedback that we want information that's understandable to the public. And that generally tends to be, more summaries, more, explaining these kind of big picture kind of budget things. But then I'm also hearing a lot of requests for an incredible amount of detail. So I'm getting a little bit of, differences in opinion and hearing different things about where the information needs are. And so just know that is going to be a constant struggle. The more detail we provide you, the longer the meetings are going to be, and the more questions there might be. So I just want to be clear with that we've been trying to adjust to direction and comments from council to be very succinct in our presentations and to provide information in a way that can be digested. So we're trying to find that right balance, and we will bring you back all the detailed information you're requesting. Just know that it's going to be a lot of line items, a lot more spreadsheets.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a final comment here, and I think I know that there is a right balance for information. But I think that is kind of like the leadership that we are looking for in terms of how to present good information to the public and to us that allows for be able to follow and to have answer the questions. For instance, today budget, when there is no the departmental budgets there, is difficult not only for me but for the public to know like what are the needs that are there. So when I said again, I think like one thing that is missing here is the analysis of the community needs And in that sense, how that is addressed by each departmental budget and what is really what is needed versus what is the dream, and how I think like in that sense is how we are going to get to that dream year by year. But I just like putting everything without betting it before is difficult, because what we are discussing here could totally change. And that is something that if we like, I know like you are asking for more time for us to meet. And this is kind of like today we are talking about this, but we will have completely changed because it is going to be a meeting with the mayor to do it. So I am just kind of like thinking that today might be one approach, but then we will have to go over again with all of this.
Mr.
Mayor,
Mayor,
you're muted. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, you're muted.
I don't know how that
Well,
happened.
while the mayor trying to get unmuted, I just got to make one simple couple comments.
Councilmember Bates, you're breaking up.
The public concern, well, I don't know why. Is that better?
Yes.
The public concern is quality service. Number one, from the police, fire, from all of our departments, the streets, the roads, the recreation, the library, they want quality service. The more this staff talk about all this other, the more you provide an opportunity for this council to micromanage. You as the department heads should get your head together and come forward with a budget that provides the best quality service to this community. That's all they're interested in. And to keep talking and ducking and dodging and wanting this council to determine what should be cut and what should not be cut is inappropriate. You are the professional staff. Now do your job.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the next item? The next item is item J1. Would you read it, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item J1 is an ordinance. Introduce an ordinance for first reading, repealing chapter 12.62, 1% for public art on private projects program, and resolution 70-97, establishing public works improvements art program, and adding chapter 6.50 entitled Public Art Program to the Richmond Municipal Code. Amend chapter 3.59 of the Richmond Municipal Code entitled Arts and Culture Commission, and adopt a resolution approving public art policies and procedures.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. Shasta Curl, Deputy City Manager, Economic Development. This evening, I am pleased to introduce Ms. Winifred Day. Ms. Day joined our team as the Arts and Culture Manager less than a year ago and has over 25 years of experience in this field. I would also like to thank Shivali Goda as well as the City Attorney's Office for their assistance in developing the public art program ordinances, as well as assisting with the updating of our policies and procedures and proposed changes to the Richmond Municipal Code. Staff has done a great deal of research, and so the information we bring before you this evening is based on existing best practices in other jurisdictions. We certainly understand that the policy direction is within the purview of the Mayor and City Council, and we look forward to receiving your feedback this evening. Thank you so much. Winifred, please begin the presentation.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good evening, Mayor Butt, City Council members, and the public. I'm Winifred Day, the Arts and Culture Manager with the City of Richmond, and today we're going to be discussing and introducing the Public Art Program Ordinance, approving the public art policies and procedures, and amending the Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 3.59 regarding the Arts and Culture Commission. Thank you. The city would like to formally adopt policies and procedures for Richmond's public art programs and update and combine the programs into one ordinance, the Public Art Program Ordinance. In addition, staff is amending Section 3.59 Arts and Culture Commission to establish the Public Art Advisory Committee as a subcommittee of the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission, and all current Public Art Advisory Committees will become art commissioners. The recommended action for this meeting is as follows: to introduce an ordinance repealing Chapter 12.62, 1% for public art on private projects program, and Resolution 70.97, establishing Public Works Improvements Arts Program, and adding Chapter 6.5 entitled Public Art Program to the Richmond Municipal Code, amend Chapter 3.59 of the Richmond Municipal Code entitled Arts and Culture Commission, and adopt a resolution approving public art policies and procedures. The Richmond Arts and Culture Commission was established in 1987. 10 years later, in 1997, the city required that 1.5% of capital improvement projects costs would go towards public art. In 1999, the Public Art Program policies and procedures were developed, which established the Public Art Advisory Committee. And in 2017, the city required that 1% of building development costs for private development must go towards public art. The three documents we're presenting today are: one, the Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 3.59 Arts and Culture Commission; two, the Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 6.5 Public Art Program; and three, the Public Art Policies and Procedures. The proposed updates and review process were discussed at several Art Commission and Public Art Advisory Committee meetings, as seen here. Two community engagement meetings were conducted on March 30th and 31st to seek public comment and input, and the documents were restructured from 6 documents to 3 documents to provide a more comprehensive process and to remove confusion. The updates were presented at the April 27th Art Commission and Public Art Advisory combined meetings. And just as a point of information, we reached out to the community, to various arts nonprofit organizations, including the Richmond Art Center, NIAD, Contra Costa County Art Commission, neighborhood councils. We also reached out to all businesses in Richmond that were identified as art-related businesses and have business licenses, as well as reaching out through the city manager's newsletter, Facebook, website, and other social media networks and platforms. The significant amendments to the Chapter 3.59 Arts and Culture Commission include clarifying that the Public Art Advisory Committee is a formal subcommittee of the Richmond Art and Culture Commission, and all Public Art Advisory Committee members shall now serve as Arts and Culture Commissioners. The number of the Art Commission commissioners will also increase from 11 to 15. Fine, thank you. The new Public Art Program Ordinance replaces both RMC 12.62, 1% for public art in private developments ordinance, and the Resolution 70.97 Public Works Improvement Art Program. Some significant changes to the Public Art in Private Development Program includes clarifying that the requirement applies to tenant improvements above $500,000, adding a designated public art space as a method of satisfying the requirement, and adding a requirement to record a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions against the property to ensure future compliance with the public art program. So when you have developers who have projects that 10 years later need maintenance, we want to make sure that it's anticipated. The additional sections in this ordinance include public art appropriation of capital improvement projects, that would be the CIP projects, information on public art funds, restrictions on artwork in the city right of way, and standards and regulations for artwork on city property. It is also noted that the commission is the final approving body for art projects under the public art program. Under limited circumstances, the city council can approve or reject certain public art program projects over $10,000. Public art policies and procedures provide the process and details on implementing Chapter 6.5, as well as other aspects of the public art program. Here you can see the sections of the document. And all of you have had access, I believe, to all the details of these documents prior to this meeting. And here is the recommended action again. We thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions?
Questions from council members? I don't see any. So maybe we ought to go to the public speakers, and then I've got some issues I want to bring up. Do we have public speakers?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised to comment on this item.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, I want to congratulate staff and commission members who spent a lot of time on this. You took something that was very disjointed and had a lot of problems and streamlined it into 3 documents. So it's come a long, long way. And I'll give you a lot of credit for that. I had several comments, and I don't think they've been incorporated into the final recommendation, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. First of all, starting with the enabling legislation for the Arts and Culture Commission, there was no definition of art in the enabling legislation. I added one, but I don't think my suggestion was taken. It doesn't have to be my definition, but I think if you've got an Arts and Culture Commission and the content of it, the content of the enabling legislation is mostly about art, you ought to have a definition of art. Second of all, throughout these documents, and there used to be more of them, there was there was no definition of art, and there really wasn't much of a definition of art except somebody who's recognized as an artist. But the enabling legislation did make it clear that architects are not considered artists, and cut them out of any opportunity for providing art. And I think that's a real mistake. I mean, basically anybody can be an artist, except in this legislation, if you're an architect, you can't be an artist. Third of all, let's see, I guess that was my comments about that one. Let me go to the next one. Public art processes and procedures. I think the only thing in there that maybe it's not even in that one, it's in the art program ordinance. The one thing that caught my attention in there, well, there are 2 things. One is there's the same prohibition on architects being artists, and I object to that. It should also be made clear, because this has been a point of contention, that a private developer may choose to select the art and the artist to be used for on-site art. A private developer does not have to use the services of the Arts and Culture Commission. He or she can use them, and if they do, then the procedures outlined in the ordinance are fine. But it needs to be made clear that the private developer has that option, and it's not in there. The third item is that there have been several areas where there's been a conflict between the Design Review Board and the Arts and Culture Commission and/or the Public Art Advisory Committee. And I tried to resolve that by writing a paragraph that essentially said that that if a work of art is freestanding, then the Arts and Culture Commission has full jurisdiction over it. But if a piece of art is actually mounted on or becomes a part of a building, and then the Arts and Culture Commission shall work with the Design Review Board to try to resolve any concerns. And if they can't resolve the concerns, then the Design Review Board takes precedence, because their jurisdiction is over building design. And if something is an integral part of a building, then they need to be a part of that decision. So those were my suggestions. My sense is staff didn't adopt any of them. Is that correct?
No, actually, that
If you did,
would
let
not
me
be
know
accurate.
which ones.
Yeah, I think Shannon and a few other folks who are on the team are on the call as well. Is Shannon available? There we go.
Hi, so we worked as a team and we looked at your comments, but I think Lena may be able to speak to the design review piece. I don't know if Lena's here.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, council members. So Mayor, one of the most recent and council members is housing legislation related to housing projects. It's SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act, limits the amount of hearings a city can have regarding a project, and that would include public hearings related to appeals of a project. So one of the things that we're looking at is our process and procedures and trying to streamline those in a manner that, you know, we're already requiring, or the way the public art program is anticipated to work, it requires a review by the PAC, the Public Arts Committee. So that would be considered a hearing for the purposes of a housing related project. So we are recommending that public art be at the sole discretion of the PAC. However, we're certainly open to acting as a resource both to the PAC, you know, and the DRB, but I think the sole decision making should really fall post approval of a project. But knowing that the DRB as well as planning staff would be a resource if an art piece was to be mounted on a building.
Well, I brought this up because it's actually happened, and a situation actually happened is that the Public Art Advisory Committee asked that a mural be put on a building, and the Design Review Board didn't think it was a good idea. And so they were loggerheads, and they both have they both were asserting their jurisdiction, and there was no way to resolve it. And this is going to happen again. And I think just wishing it away, like, somehow we'll figure it out, is not the answer. At the end of the day, you have to have a process. And, the first part of the process is that they ought to try to collaborate and resolve it. But if they can't collaborate, it doesn't make sense to have the Public Art Advisory Committee be able to overrule the Design Review Board, which is responsible for reviewing building design. So I don't understand it. You know these conflicts have happened, and the way this is written, there's no way to avoid them in the future. So if you want to see more problems, then this is a great way to do it.
Well, I think, Mayor, part of the problem that I think us as staff has foreseen is that the ordinances are not clear where the public art, whose discretion does it fall under. So we do think that part of the resolution would be to clarify that the PAC is the decision-making body when it comes to public art components. Typically, too, the way the process is anticipated to work is that these will be post-project approval. So all of these projects should have already gone through the design review process. And in some cases, they're not subject to the design review process. So for example, tenant improvements over 500,000 in building development costs, if they're all interior improvements, are not subject to design review. So I think in some cases, they're not going through that process either way.
Well, 1,000 square foot mural is certainly something that would be significant. And what you're telling me is that if the Public Art Advisory Committee proposes 1,000 square foot mural on a building, and the DRB doesn't think it's a good idea or wants to move it to a different part of the building, then the Public Art Advisory Committee prevails. It makes no sense.
Well, in most cases, if the improvement is not subject to a building permit, it's not subject to design review. So in the example you provided, a mural being painted on the building is not going to trigger design review.
Well, maybe it's a sculpture. Maybe it's a three-dimensional mural.
Yeah, certainly if there's structural components.
Maybe it's a bas relief. Well, look, you guys are going to do what you're going to do. I'm just telling you it's going to be a problem. I tried to help you solve it. You're not interested in it. So let's just move on. I will say that I'm going to have a really hard time appointing people to the commission that I think have the ability to resolve these problems. So just be aware of that.
If I could add just one point of information here. One of the things that you did mention is that we've taken quite a bit of time and consideration revising these documents, and we've prepared recommendations based on best practices in other jurisdictions. So as far as the definition of artist and architect, that has also been identified, and I'm not sure if you have had a chance to review the most recent language, which we have incorporated some of your comments and suggestions.
I think I saw the most recent language. It said it had a list of people who could not be artists, and one of them was an architect.
So I'm not sure if you also looked at the other cities that use the same language. So basically, we're practicing, as I mentioned, best practices. And as far as DRB is concerned, one of the things that we all did observe at one of the community meetings was that the same way we have incorporated language that's very clear, we were hoping that DRB would do the same so that we could make sure that we are always on the same page. And as well, we have had requests for qualifications for projects and invited DRB to be informed, and we will continue to do that.
Well, okay. Anybody else have comments? I can see this isn't going anywhere. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, everybody, for working on this. I really see the need for providing clarification. I think I am just confused by the mayor because what I am hearing is trying to get more power to the design board review when they are so issues that haven't been addressed. For instance, like Vice Mayor Johnson last time talk about McDonald and 12, and I think like when you mention Mayor bad problems or example, I think like you are referring to McDonald and 12. So I think like it's important for us to have clarity around the commissions, the boards, and what is the jurisdiction of that they work on. We had also other issues with a park and the permits for that park as well, that it wasn't following the right weight of permitting. So I think I appreciate all of you to be working on having this more clear, so we don't have people stepping over their roles to make favors to some other people. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, let me ask you a question, Councilmember Jimenez. My understanding is you were educated as an architect. How do you feel about architects being barred from doing any artwork in the city public art?
We are not talking here about architects being barred. It's more about the process, the right process. And also like architects is one piece of art, but there are so many other artists in the field. So it's not just, I think maybe you can appoint architects in the art commission because they are artists. So it's not that they are going to be barred. It's more about the process. And I think like the problem that we have here is that people are overstepping into different roles and to making decisions to favor some people in the city because there are no clear roles and clear policies that allows for that not to happen. So I applaud this effort for the staff to do that. So if you want to appoint architects in the art commission, I applaud that because yes, we are artists as well.
Well, again, under this ordinance, this is pretty hypothetical, but for example, Michelangelo or Frank Lloyd Wright would not be able to put any art on a building and have it counted as art. They would have to go out and hire an artist to do that.
Well, art is also like they create art by making buildings. This is beautiful. So it's just kind of like roles that they have.
Okay, who else has got comments? Councilor McLaughlin.
I just wanted to say thank you for the work. I recall going back to 2005, the arts department, there was a $35 million deficit in the city. That was the first year I got on the city council, and the year before there was this huge deficit, and they put the art department on the chopping block, and I worked hard to make sure it was not cut. And over the years that I was in office, we did bring forward the various public art, a certain percentage of development projects for public art. Those were very challenging efforts that required a lot of work. And now I see that you are streamlining things in a very positive way so that all that work has clarity. And I want to thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing some wonderful public arts emerge out of these different ordinances that bring revenue into the public art realm and for our residents to enjoy.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, echoing sentiments. Thank you for this. Art is beautiful, and I guess the only thing that I have to say is I have like, as I mentioned before, the equity reparations package that I'm bringing forth actually has an art component where I'll be proposing an ordinance to make sure that some of the art that's being put up is reflective of the communities that is being put up in. So I look forward to working with you on to bring that to fruition. But then also just going back to what Councilmember Jimenez said, I don't think we should be trying to pit one, to build on what Councilmember Jimenez, I don't think we should be trying to pit one commission against each other, nor should we be trying to increase the power of a commission who probably needs to be dissolved because we have two commissions doing the same work. So yeah, thank you. And I look forward to working with you to bring forth another art ordinance.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, two things. One, I was just going to move the item as recommended, but also in this discussion, there was something, thank you. There was something that did get said that I kind of want clarity on because I don't want to make any assumptions. Mr. Mayor, you said a comment that to the effect that if this ordinance passes, you're gonna have a hard time appointing people to the Arts and Culture Commission. Could you please elaborate on that? Because I don't want to make any assumptions on your words.
No, I just said it'll be difficult to find the right people who can work their way through this Byzantine ordinance. That's all.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you.
If I could just interject one short comment. We have been in a holding pattern for about 6 months for appointing new commissioners and art advisory committee members. We have over 4 or 5 who are waiting patiently. So in terms of being difficult to find people, we have people who are waiting and who are qualified. And we are having a retreat soon where we will be looking at the composition of the board and the different organizations that are supporting art to identify what type of people we really need, if you will, to fill the holes of the vacancies that we have. So in one of the community outreach sessions that we had, one of the community members made sure to ask about the diversity issue. To make sure that as we look to fill the future positions that we consider the balance and the diversity of the city of Richmond. And right now we don't see that balance, so we're hoping that moving forward we will be able to see more diversity.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion by me and I believe seconded by Vice Mayor Johnson.
Motion by Willis, is there a second?
I second that motion.
Second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yay.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes to the arts.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, item K1, would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Item K1 under council as a whole is to direct staff to improve collection, analysis, and publication of data related to small businesses and to make recommendations on how to support small businesses to obtain funding and other opportunities available at the state and federal level. Staff will bring a proposal to the city council in 45 days.
Is there a staff report or not? Actually, not a staff report. Who's the council members, Jimenez and Willis? You guys want to introduce this?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again, Clerk, for reading it. So with COVID-19 impacting our community and small businesses, this is a proposal to make sure that our city plays a more active role in collaborating with the business community to support our small businesses. So as the city clerk read, the idea is to improve data collection, analysis, and publication, and make recommendation to how we are going to support a small business. And this is one thing that I was doing with several volunteers. We took the task of contacting small businesses, either to provide information about the restaurant rehabilitation funds that are available with the ARPA. And this is kind of like as an example of what other loans and funds are available and how we can provide more support. And tonight, one of the volunteers, Shiva, will make a short presentation of the fundings. So she's going to talk about what we did and how we contacted the small businesses. And we did it because we were very surprised that neither the city nor the Richmond Chamber of Commerce nor the Council of Business and Industry had the information on how many small businesses in Richmond apply for the latest PPP grants and how many of them actually receive the funds. Actually, we saw the city of Oakland seeking for that information, and I have a close friend who did a beautiful dashboard to provide that information. And with that information, they were able to make some decisions about how to support and how to direct other funds that they had to support small businesses last time. I just want to say thank you to all the Richmond Progressive Alliance volunteers and other volunteers, Richmond residents, who took the time to talk to restaurants and eateries in the city. So I will give Councilmember Willis to talk, and then if we can have 5 minutes for Shiva to present what we did, will be great.
Yeah, thank you. And honestly, I won't take up too much time. I just only have a couple of comments. First of all kudos to Councilmember Jimenez on this issue. I'm literally just in support of the direction that we're going, and that is my involvement in this. Her and the volunteers really did bottom line this, but after looking at this, it does really bring up that issue of communication and gaps between the local businesses in Richmond and the resources that are actually available, and the struggle that accompanies that too. So figuring out ways for us to make sure that people who aren't necessarily connected to any groups in the city that are more or less operating independently, figuring out how we reach out to those folks, let them know what resources are available, but also at the same time, just identifying other struggles and needs and creative ways to address those issues is also important too. I know in general, the city of Richmond is spread thin, but it did bring a feeling that got brought up is that, the volunteers were able to gather so much information on what's happening. And yet, for some reason on city staff, there's a disconnect in getting this kind of information. So I just want to think of ways to deepen collaboration and improve on that, so we actually know what's going on in the community versus just numbers and statistics alone without getting the stories behind the numbers and statistics. So I'll yield the floor and pass it back to Councilmember Jimenez.
So Shiva, who volunteered with us with this, and she has been in conversations with other community members and the small businesses. Go ahead.
Real quick, just point of order. To the mayor, do we want to answer any questions right now? Because I did just see a hand go up from the vice mayor. Oh, my bad. Oh, never mind.
Okay, all right.
Take it away, Shiva.
Good evening. Hi, is it my turn? I can wait.
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having me. I know that it's running late, so I'll try to keep it brief. I just for clarification, will I be sharing my screen? Is that okay? How to do it? Yes. The presentation?
I'll have to let you do it.
Okay. I don't know if I can, actually. I think I need to be given permission to do it. Nope. Okay. If I'm not am I not going to be given permission to do it? Because if not, I can just talk about it. Does anyone know?
Mr. Mayor, is KCRT able to give her
Right.
permission?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, I think that should work. Yeah, I'm still not able to share my screen, even though I've been made co-host.
Okay, hold on. We'll bring it up.
That's not mine.
Well, they taught us in TV, no dead air. So while we wait on that to get brought up, I was just going to make the comment. I wish I would have known you guys were working on this, because I know the Economic Development Department hired the HRNA consultant, and he's working with the Economic Development Commission on something similar. So hopefully, once this is over, I can connect you guys to the EDC, so that way you can do some information sharing. And we're by the freeway, so excuse the motorcycles. Hopefully, we can get you guys together and you can do some information sharing, so that way they're not starting from scratch, and they can better utilize the data that you've already collected. So that's all I wanted to say. Just want to better coordinate city resources.
So are you going to get your show up, or?
Mr. Mayor, I have no control
Shiva,
over putting the presentation up, but I can begin talking about it.
Shiva, I'm sorry. Sue from the IT department is emailing you, asking if you can email her the presentation so they can have it.
Sure, and I'm happy to. I'm a millennial, so I can do both at once. I can start talking while I email it to her. If I can coordinate that. I will say, Councilmember Johnson, that I have been following the work of HRNA closely. I have requested through Diana Ware to meet with them several times. They have not responded to any requests to meet. So while I know that this is a major contract that the EDC has put out, and I know that it's based around COVID recovery. So our thinking was initially to work with the HRNA, given that they are working on the COVID recovery plan. But because they were unresponsive, we figured that, time is of the essence. And so why not mobilize, people in Richmond who are kind of willing to hit the ground running. But I'm sure other volunteers are more than happy to meet with any consultants who are doing this work. So I would welcome that connection, absolutely. But I do want to say that that we have reached out to them. So I will get this to Sue right now. And I just need 1 second to send it to her. Thanks.
So the presentation was sent already. Could you put it up?
Yeah, Shiva, I'll be more than happy to connect you with the consultants and some individuals who are actually on that subcommittee. So that way it'll be maybe a little bit easier to get a hold of them, with some individuals who are actually working with them.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I would completely welcome it. I think anybody who's working on this right now, it would be good to have everybody come together as quickly as possible. So I would really welcome that. Thank you.
And Mayor Butt, if I may, since there is some time, I do want to let the community know that as noted in the city manager's weekly report on May 10th at noon, and then again at 6 p.m., there will be a presentation from city staff regarding the work that has been completed thus far with HRNA on the short-term local business recovery action plan. And that's the work that Vice Mayor Johnson was speaking to regarding the efforts that have been undertaken to date by HRNA with the Economic Development Commission, and we certainly welcome the opportunity to collaborate. I don't believe I was aware of the request for a meeting, but I can certainly assist in facilitating with all those that would like to be involved. And we also welcome collaboration. We've been working very closely with Main Street, CoBiz, the Renaissance Center, and others. And we welcome the opportunity to continue to expand our outreach to make sure that it's representative of all the stakeholders that would like to be at the table.
So where are we with this? Are we going to have a presentation or?
Yeah, we are hoping that, yes, we send the information to the IT director, and I hope that they have it already. They are saying that it's loading it now. So
I'll have it up in 30 seconds, hopefully.
I promise it'll be worth the wait.
Maybe while we're waiting for that to come up, we go ahead and take public speakers.
If it's okay, I would prefer to go first because I imagine that I know, for instance, the chamber is here and the Council of Industries is here, and I'm hoping that perhaps my presentation can answer some of their questions before they make public comment.
Well, we're kind of in a holding pattern here. I know you're going to get it up, but Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and hear from public speakers. And, you know,
Mr. Mayor, could I, if it's okay with the city attorney and with you, make a possible request?
I just saw it come up. Okay.
Never mind.
Cancel that.
Okay, are you ready to go? Thanks to the IT team. So basically how this came about was, you know, the American Rescue Plan Act is one of the biggest injections of money into the economy that the United States has seen in decades. And obviously it's sorely needed after, you know, the pandemic. And, you know, we have all heard a lot about how Richmond will be getting over $20 million over the next 2 years to be allocated around $10 million per year. But we were hoping in doing this, and as we examined the details of the American Rescue Plan Act, that we were hoping we could really expand our conception of what money is available to Richmond. So, you know, we are aware that the county is getting a lot of money, that the school district separately is getting money, the city is getting money, but there are also in the American Rescue Plan Act a wealth of grants available to different industries, individuals, businesses. And so we were hoping to, again, really expand our sense of what is available to the citizens of Richmond and to, you know, rebuild the infrastructure here and restore services. And so the grant that we focused on was the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, prior slide. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. So what this grant specifically does is it's $28.6 billion in relief for the entire country. So, I mean, it does get spread around very quickly. Who qualifies are small eateries in particular, which we felt was very relevant to Richmond. It's, I think, one of my favorite parts of living in this city is all the different food here. And so, we wanted to support this sector of our small businesses. And so it's, as it says, all food and drink service establishments with fewer than 20 locations. So, I mean, it's really targeted to non-chains. And we also appreciated in this grant that it wasn't just restaurants, it also targets catering, food stands, food trucks. And so we felt that this grant really enabled us to reach a wide swath of different eateries in Richmond based on, owner ability to establish a business. And the other things that were intriguing to us about this is that it is a tax-free federal grant. So, the PPP loans, receiving them were a huge help to businesses, but nonetheless, they needed to be paid back. And so the fact that this was a grant was incredibly appealing. And then, of course, as it says at the bottom of important details, that the first 21 days of funds prioritize women, businesses or eateries owned by veterans, and then socially and economically disadvantaged businesses. So depending on area, and then also eateries owned by people of color. So we felt that this very much represented key demographics in Richmond. And so we felt it was important to notify businesses of this eateries as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. So the goals of this outreach program, so it was primarily, we felt that time was of the essence, and we really, we knew that the funds for this grant would go quickly, just as the PPP loans went quickly. And so our first priority was really just to reach out to as many eateries as we could in Richmond as possible, as quickly as possible. And then we also figured that as we were doing this outreach, that we could, as it says, administer a needs-based survey of COVID impacts, gather some demographic data, get some feedback on just more generally, the business experience that eateries have in the city. And then we were hoping to parlay all of this into, as it says, a support plan for city staff to adopt. And we're hoping that the recommendations we're making will aid in recovery in the short, will also establish an effective economic infrastructure for this sector of small businesses in the long term as well. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to share a couple of our findings. As I said, we administered a needs-based survey of about 25 questions. The first finding will not surprise you. Of course, virtually every business we spoke to said that COVID had impacted them for the worst. And just to give a little bit of context, the way we did this is we went through, a team of volunteers went through all of the business licenses for eateries on the city website. We cross-checked them against Yelp and Google. We also, of course, relied on people's just word of mouth saying if we had missed something, I love this restaurant, why is it on our list? And so I would not say that we came up with a perfect list of eateries in Richmond, but we did come up with about a list of 150 throughout the city in every district. So it was not just the districts of Councilmember Jimenez and Willis. And we were able to actually get survey responses from 41% of them, which the chamber tells me is impressive. So I just want to note that. And we did reach out to about 100 of the businesses. So, I think our data is pretty good considering we're just a scrappy team of volunteers. But so again, it was pretty unanimous that COVID had impacted them for the worst. No one said it was for the better, of course. Next slide, please. And so I think that the thing that we found most relevant to one of the things we found most relevant to our survey responses was that we asked what would be most helpful. Grants, of course, topped the list. And of course, it's because they don't have to be paid back, but there was interest expressed in getting help with getting loans, technical assistance, and then city workshops as well. I'm sure that everyone has heard how difficult it is to navigate obtaining all of these loans, the paperwork, getting through all the bureaucracy just even understanding how to get any sort of stimulus funds. And so there was expressed interest in city workshops and so on as well. Next slide, please. And this is just to quickly note that the vast majority of businesses we spoke to had not heard about this grant in the American Rescue Plan. And so we felt that that was relevant information, that this is an opportunity for eateries to get up to $5 million in grants. And yet we're completely, for the most part, unaware that this was an opportunity that was available. And so that indicated to us that there was a real gap in knowledge, not by any fault of restaurant owners, but that we felt that the city has a responsibility in this way. It's free money, right? It's not money that needs to be worked into the budget. And so the least we could do is notify the business community that this opportunity was available to them. Next slide, please. I also want to note that in our survey, we did ask for other suggestions about what other needs are among eateries, small eateries. So one of them we overwhelmingly saw was a lot of frustration with the permitting department. Everyone kind of had their own horror stories about how long it took, how difficult it was to navigate, how they felt like they were in holding patterns for months. And so, there's more detail on the slides, but that was something that we really overwhelmingly saw. And I think that, on every part of the aisle of the political spectrum in Richmond, there's a lot of emphasis on economic development and helping small businesses. This is an express interest small businesses have continually told us of the ones we spoke to, is this huge challenge with the permitting department. We also, again, recommend increased communications. People expressed a lot of frustration with the website. We have also been speaking and meeting closely with the Chamber of Commerce, and they have also expressed that their members feel a lot of frustration with city communications to the business community, as well as accessibility with the website. And then we saw a lot of anxiety and confusion around Measure U, which we felt was not fair to the business community. So there were many businesses who, in our survey results, expressed a lot of anxiety about Measure U. Nonetheless, the scale of this business would not be significantly impacted by Measure U to the degree that they were expressing anxiety. So we felt like there should be much more clarity on who Measure U is impacting and why. We also have seen throughout the community a lot of resistance to Measure U and concerns about how it's impacting the small business community. Yet nonetheless, we are not seeing basic supports the small business community needs to thrive. So we feel that at the very least, if we're going to count on small businesses to provide $6 million in revenue every year for the city, we should be providing communication about what this measure is, and then also basic infrastructure like a streamlined permitting department. Next slide, please. And I'm almost done. And so some of our recommendations is simply around data collection. So for instance, on the business license site, we did not see any emails collected from any of the businesses. We feel like this is it's an oversight given how digital everything is now. A lot of the phone numbers were out of date. So we feel like it would be important too, if again, we do want to have a good relationship with our small business community, to have this updated data. And then again, as Councilmember Jimenez stated, we did reach out to the Council of Industries and the Chamber of Commerce, and they did provide us with some data about PPP loans. But in comparison to Oakland, which has extremely minute, granular detail about who got PPP loans, was it owners of color? Was it women? That data is not available for Richmond. We feel like that's a major oversight. We feel like we should know who was given these opportunities and who was not given these opportunities in the small business community. We also are aware that the city set up a outreach and call center. We would like data on who called, how many people called, how many people were aware that this call center even existed. And so again, we feel like having a push to collect data from the members of our community who are helping with economic development so that we can support them as a city seems essential. And so the pie chart at the bottom just indicates that most people wanted to be contacted via email, and yet the city does not have email information for at least the eateries on the business license section. Next slide, please. These recommendations for infrastructure were not only made based on our conversations with the eateries we spoke to, but also in collaboration and conversation with members of the Chamber of Commerce. So, you know, I think that the progressives of Richmond and the Chamber of Commerce are often uneasy bedfellows, but I think that everybody at this point is very much interested in stimulating Richmond's economy and providing stability as quickly as possible. And so I do want to give credit to the Chamber in their conversations with us. So we direct staff to at least determine costs for improving the city website. We believe that there should be investigation of and then direct mailing of information about grants to the entire business community. So we focused on eateries, but that is by no means the only grants available to the business community in Richmond. And again, we think there should be a plan for seminars and workshops on not only all these grants coming up, but how to navigate all of this paperwork. And then in general, and I think this is our strongest recommendation, is to determine a feasibility for establishing a grant department in Richmond with the short-term goal of maximizing ARPA grants, as I've been talking about, but also the long-term goal. I mean, you know, anyone who spends any time on Nextdoor knows potholes and dumping are a major concern. There are grants for that. Grants left and right, and I think they're an enormous amount of work, and again it would only augment the funds available to the city, and so we see it as a worthwhile investment to at least determine if we can establish a department like this. Next slide, please. And then this final recommendation, and I promise I only have this slide and another one. Final recommendation was again suggested to us and come up with in collaboration with a member of the Chamber of Commerce who, as a longtime Richmond resident, told us that there was for decades a small business community engagement position among city staff to help small businesses navigate all of the processes around getting established, whether it be permitting or any sort of thing like that. And so we really encourage city staff. We asked city staff to determine the feasibility of adding this department back in. And then finally, through ARPA, there is a grant to establish a community navigator program to navigate getting all of these grants. So we can get free money to help the city get free money. So we feel like there's no downside to that. And we feel like it's something that the city should very much pursue to, again, augment that $20.8 million that we'll be getting. Last slide, please, or next slide, please, which is basically the last slide. The how to apply slide. Thank you. So since I've been talking about this grant, I just want to give the final details about this grant. So it just opened up, the registration opened up on Friday, and then applications opened yesterday. So we have notified as many eateries as we possibly could. But again, I kind of want to plug this because it just opened up. And, part of why we were letting eateries know about this is the application process initially was super extensive. There were 3 separate registrations businesses needed to do just in order to begin to apply for this grant. So I just want to plug that our volunteers not only disseminated this information, but we also had translators translate the guidelines into Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic. And then later on, we were able to obtain these guidances and also translate the surveys the guidances into Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean. So again, this was all volunteer generated, and I just want to thank everyone who did that. And so this is where the requirements for applying for this grant have been greatly streamlined. It's a really good time to apply. Again, now at this point, we are in that 21-day priority period for people of color, women, and veterans. And so we highly urge eateries in Richmond to apply. And we are really hoping that we want to emphasize that this was just a pilot. We're interested in helping every sector of the small business community in Richmond. So it's not that we were only concerned with eating establishments or catering, but this was a concrete grant that we decided to sink our teeth into. We were, again, a small team. We would have loved to help every business in Richmond, but we are looking forward to pursuing these recommendations and doing whatever we can to help with this economic recovery. And so I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions. And I would appreciate if you put up the last slide for a second. Thank you.
Are there questions from council members? Vice Mayor.
Once again, not a question, just a comment. The chair of the subcommittee is literally going crazy watching your presentation. He can't wait to connect with you. So this is literally a match made in heaven. So once again, thank you for the presentation and thank you for your work.
Thank you so much, council member.
Any other questions? Let's call the public speak. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin. Unmute, please.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Jimenez and to Shiva and to all the other volunteers. I know one volunteer that I'm very close with in my district was involved with this, and I'm grateful to Jaime Perez for his work, but to all who put their time and effort into this and came up with that great data and communications with our small business owners, eateries, and of course, I know you explained quite clearly, Shiva, that you definitely want this to expand to all the business community. So thank you for getting the ball rolling, and I know it's going to make a big difference. And thank you particularly to Councilmember Jimenez.
Councilor Martinez.
Yeah, I also want to praise the group of people who put this together, to Councilmember Jimenez and Willis and to Shiva for being a powerhouse in terms of organizing this. This really shows how the community can come together and do the work of the city. And I hope that this is a model that will be echoed in other areas of city work. So once again, thank you very, very much.
Okay, let's call public speakers.
Ursula, can you please call the 5 speakers, please? Yes, the speakers are James Lee, Katrinka Ruck, Gonzalo, Emily Ross, and Brenda Posada. James Lee, you may begin. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Mayor and council members, thank you for putting this on the agenda. And Shiva, what a wonderful presentation. I really appreciated that. I was a little bit surprised when I read the staff report that stated that the Chamber of Commerce had 0 contact with the small business restaurant owners, that we were passive in our involvement during this COVID. I just wanted to clear out some facts. When the COVID hit, we immediately took action. I personally called everyone on Yelp, every restaurant on Yelp and Google, and talked to owners and the restaurant managers. And we as a chamber were the first one to put together a list of takeout restaurants that were available in Richmond. That immediately got reposted by the mayor. And also we worked very close with Thomas at the city manager's office. We worked close with Chris at the mayor's office. We put together a map of actual restaurants and cafes that was rather either open or was ready for takeout, and that map was available for our community. We also worked with the mayor's office with Chris, trying to simplify a permit process of opening restaurant outdoor. I personally went out and took videos of the restaurants that were opening up. We put up a YouTube video. We got a lot of tractions, got a lot of views of different restaurants that were open. We held seminars and webinars. We worked closely with SBA, and we're currently doing a partnership with SBA on May 6th with this grant and how we can apply. We were very actively involved. We posted step-by-step. When the first PPP loan came out, it was very confusing and difficult. So we put step-by-step of interviewing someone who actually went through the process, how to calculate how much loan a person could get, a business could get. We also sorry, my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katrinka Ruck.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Katrinka Ruck. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries. And along with my with what James Lee just commented on, we wanted to commend City Council and the group and Shiva that put together this comprehensive report. And we absolutely support the city reaching out to our restaurant businesses. As James pointed out, it is in total alignment with the outreach efforts that we have done, the Chamber, 23rd Street Merchants, Point Richmond Business Association, and Main Street. And we've been doing that since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. Along with the Chamber, we've partnered with them to put on many workshops, sent out informational newsletters on the PPP loans, SBA loans, about testing all the new return to work regulations, new restaurant grant funding, which just went into effect this weekend, et cetera. So we've been doing this since the onset of COVID, and it's a little discouraging to see the misunderstanding in the agenda report. We were reached out and asked about PPP loans. We don't have that information. It's confidential unless you make more than $150,000 in the loans. And secondarily, the PPP loans are not paid back. That's a misunderstanding. They are grants and they're forgiven. So we would love to continue to work with the Chamber and the city on this. And I think we have a meeting set up in the near future with Ms. Shiva, and we're looking forward to it, to getting out information not only to the restaurants, but all the businesses. And again, we commend this report is exceptional, and we hope that we can keep working on getting all the information out to all the businesses in Richmond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gonzalo.
Good evening. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Gonzalo Ochoa. I'm a business owner of Richmond. I also represent the 23rd Street Merchants Association. Since the start COVID starts and the shelter in place was ordered, I have continually to reach out to all my members with the important issues like the business license tax, COVID safety supplies, PP loans, and more. Support to members as much as possible to help their businesses survive. Although there is a misrepresentation of our outreach in the presentation, I believe this isn't the right direction. I hope we can include economic recovery in those industries in future or businesses has been struggling on 23rd Street Merchant. Benefit from federal, state, and city governments and resource business recovery open up and will be appreciated activity and collaborative engagement with the city going forward to help the 23rd Street Merchants Association in Richmond. Thank you for all you bring this item forward, and I pushing for staff to be more engagement with our businesses community. I'm supportive of it, and as long as it focuses on all businesses, not just on restaurants. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident, and I volunteered on this project, and it was a really fun way to engage with the community. So thank you to council members Jimenez and Willis for supporting this project and bringing these recommendations to our city, and to Shiva for coordinating it. During this During the pandemic, I've gotten so much joy from getting takeout from local restaurants. And as a result of working on this project, I got to know a few more restaurants that I hadn't yet been to. I saw such warmth from these business owners and their openness to sharing their experience with me, but also in the form of, offering their parking lots for COVID vaccination and other real partnership opportunities with the city and community that they offered. My sense is that the city and business community have not made no outreach efforts, but that they hadn't reached the people that I spoke with, which just sort of demonstrates that there's so much more that could be done. Given that small businesses are the heart of our community, I hope that the city can find ways to move forward some of these recommendations around community engagement, data collection and analysis, and technical support. I know we have a lot of priorities to balance in our city budget, but I believe this investment in our community will not only be in service of residents, many of whom are small business owners or workers, but also into our local economy. So I look forward to seeing ways our city and business community can work together to leverage the resources available from the federal government and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Posada.
Excellent.
Brenda?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yes. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff members. I've been a Richmond resident for 14 years. I just wanted to express my gratitude to Shivas and to council member Claudia Jimenez for providing us this very informative and succinct presentation. Small businesses are the backbone of our city, and we should support them. The obstacles and challenges maneuvering through the permitting process have been a source of frustration for small business owners that I've talked to. So I'm glad that this is being highlighted for everyone. Question for Chivas. The welcome sign to Richmond when you enter the city says, "Welcome to Richmond, City of Pride and Purpose," is just a very sad, deteriorated welcome sign. And I'm wondering if these funds can be used to transform this into something similar to what you see in Walnut Creek or other areas. For example, a waterfall or some kind of water feature or something more spectacular as we enter the city of Richmond. The sign that exists currently is just really, really a bad, representation of what the city of Richmond is all about. Thank you, Shivas, for the presentation that was worth the wait. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Are there further questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Martinez, I see your hands up.
I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yeah, I just would like to know, Shiva, do you have an answer to that? Can the city gather some funds and could it be put to use to, renovate a dilapidated sign like that?
So the breadth of grants available in ARPA is immense. There are arts grants, there are all sorts of small business grants. So for instance, this one is targeted very specifically to eateries, but there are part of our recommendation in pushing for a community navigator to get the grant for a community navigator is so that person can help the city obtain all of the grants available to do things like that. So whether it be for arts, whether it be for design, any sort of infrastructure improvement, there's so much money available outside of the $20.8 million. And so I do not have the specific answer to the question about the sign, but my sense is if there's something we want to do, there's probably a grant for it, and it seems worth investigating. And if I can just have a moment to respond to really quickly some of the comments from our business community. We did include in our survey, full transparency, a question: have you heard from the city, from the Merchant Association, from the Chamber of Commerce, or from the Council of Industries? The answer was 100% no. So that's an indictment, not of anybody, but it is the experience of these businesses. None of us are saying the outreach did not occur. What we found is that that outreach from who we surveyed did not reach 41% of eateries. Now, whether it be because they don't remember, whether it be because, it's very difficult. Like, we had a very difficult time getting a hold of most eateries. We reached out to pretty much all of them, and we only got not only, but a 41% response rate. So the agenda report was not meant to castigate anybody, but to indicate that there is a huge gap in communication. And given that the city and all of these organizations are so interested in supporting the business community, we believe that it is worthwhile to highlight that these eateries feel that they were not contacted. And so again, it's not a condemnation, it is the feedback we received. And we included that in our report because it is the data we received. So this is not meant to be a
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, just kind of like responding to Gail. Yeah, there is so many, and we have been collecting that Excel sheet that actually I shared it with Lashanda White, and is overwhelming. So I hope that we can pursue some of the community navigator grants, because that could be the way to really know more. I know that there is a grant for arts that includes museums and actually public libraries. So it's a big, the thing is that the grants are so big, and then you have to go grant by grant and just go detail by detail. And what we have found is that many cities that don't have the capacity or don't have the infrastructure, then they are able to seek for this grant. And then the cities who ended up having this grant are the ones who have that capacity, who might not need the most, because they are the more wealthier, because they had that capacity. So this is something that we wanted to highlight.
Just a quick follow-up on that, if I may, Mayor Butt.
Go ahead.
Okay, just saying I thought maybe the person who asked the question thought that it could fit into as the city as a corporation. The city isn't a business, but it is put into the realm of a corporation at some time. I thought maybe it could fit into that. But we used to have a grant writer in the city of Richmond. I'm sure those of us who have been on board for a while know that. And I think there are many, many grants, and many of them are art grants. And I think that's a great idea to consider getting a grant writer on board. That's it.
Let's see, Councilmember Bates?
Well,
maybe Willis. Go ahead, and then Willis.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates can go first. He hasn't spoken all day yet on this issue.
I want to thank everyone for the report. And it's very refreshing to note that small businesses throughout this nation represent perhaps the most important business venture in this country. They hire more employees than all the corporations together. It's a life and bloodstream of any community, city, county, or state. So it's about time that we begin to recognize how important they are, and in particular to work with them as they go forward to try to get permitting processes within our city, which is not very highly regarded from most of the businesses that I've spoken with. So we need to examine how we can continue to be successful and supportive of the small business community. And again, they are the lifeblood of almost any and every city, county, and state in this nation. So thanks for your report.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, listening to the discussion, in terms of the sign, that actually sounds like something that would go before the Arts and Culture Commission, and maybe it's about time that that actually does happen. I'll say for me, myself personally, this is my personal view. For me and many of my friends, the current sign we have actually represent a lot of pride and purpose in us, and say, yes, that's right, we are from Richmond, and it does hold a special place in my heart. But that's something that should go to the Arts and Culture Commission for sure. I do think, honestly, that we do need to get a grant writer in the city to start to obtain some of these free one-time funds as much as possible. I do think we need to improve communications between not only the business groups that we know, but the business community that isn't all involved in well. And also just a comment, I've been doing organizing for almost 10 years now, which meant a lot of door knocking and a lot of conversations. And you're going to get that. Not many people are going to remember you had a conversation with them. I've been to several neighborhoods multiple times in that 10 years. And I remember a lot of the individuals that I talked to, but they don't actually remember talking to me until I jogged the memory. So that's going to happen because, once again, you have 365 days out of the year, and a lot happens in that 365 days. So we just need to work on overall communication in general. And definitely figure out this permitting. I would be interested to actually have a study session for us as a council to talk about our permitting process and what some of those gaps are. Since I've been here, I don't recall seeing any type of comprehensive presentation on that. I don't know if any other council before me has had a comprehensive presentation, but I would be curious on why this continues to be an issue and what can we proactively do to improve it. So that's all. Thank you.
Shasta, you want to jump in here?
Thank you, Mayor Butt. I just want to thank everyone again for the report. It's very helpful. And I do want to remind the council heading into our budget meeting on the 11th that currently on our economic development team, we do not have an economic development administrator. That's the position that Janet Johnson formerly held, as well as the senior business assistance officer. We currently have the vacant environmental manager position, and we currently have the port director position vacant. And we are operating with the executive director at the Richmond Housing Authority. So we look forward to having a very in-depth conversation with you on the 11th regarding our request for a business assistance officer. And obviously I'm going to use this time to make my pitch because clearly that position is needed. And I certainly hope that the city council will support our request. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here with a couple of comments. So you're absolutely right. There are humongous opportunities out there. And the idea of trying to get as many businesses in Richmond to take advantage of them is something that really should be done. I had a couple of concerns. One of them is that this item calls for, it says staff will bring proposal to the city council in 45 days. That's a long time. And I'm thinking that there are so many individuals and organizations already working on these issues. We don't need to wait 45 days. I think what we need to do is just get them all working together and go in the same direction. I'll give you an example. So we heard from James Lee from the chamber, and there seems to be some dispute about what the chamber's doing, but clearly they're interested. We heard from the president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association. We heard from the executive director of the Council of Industries, and we also heard from the vice mayor, who I think is liaison to the Economic Development Commission, right? So they're working on it. We have in Richmond a small business support task force that one of my staff members attends all the meetings, and they're interested in this. There are already resources on the city website, and the county has even more resources. I'm looking at it right now. They've got a lot of things going. The Richmond Library advertises that it has resources available for people who are interested in starting a business or dealing with business issues. We also have the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, which has been funded for over $1 million, and they have money right now that probably could be used. You could probably get a grant from the Richmond Rapid Response Fund right now to fund some of this outreach, and I would suggest that you do that. The mayor's Facebook page publishes information like this all the time. 4 days ago, we advertised a free webinar put on by the Small Business Administration. It's May 6th, which is day after tomorrow, from 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning, to show people how to get these ARPA grants. So I guess, I've listed at least a dozen organizations that are already working on this, and I'm a little concerned about tasking city staff with setting up a whole nother bureaucracy. I think if we could get all these people together in one place on a giant Zoom meeting and assign and pass out some assignments, we could be well on our way to accomplishing the objectives in a couple of days, a week at the most.
Mr. Mayor, I think I tend to disagree with you in terms of like that. This is like the idea is that also the city takes more active role and to support in supporting the small businesses. Of course, in coordination with the business communities, but I feel like if we don't have that infrastructure within the city, then it's going to be very difficult to have an active role. And I feel like is not just to put everybody together and tell them, oh, you do this and you do that. Is more about what is the role as the city to make sure that we in this time are going to support the recovery of our small business with from COVID-19. And it's not okay saying that we are going to push it up to others to do it. I think like the city as the municipality has an important role to do this. And of course, we can convene other players, but I think like pushing, kind of like trying to convene, but not to take responsibilities and not to really start thinking about what is the infrastructure that we need to continue to support the small businesses. As this information shows, is that even with all the outreach that the business community has done, there is still a big need. And it's our responsibility as a city to start looking at how we fill that gap and our leadership, how we take a more active role, is particularly in this time where we know that it's not only the small business community, but a lot of residents, low-income residents and residents in our community are going to be impacted by the pandemic. So this is an example of taking leadership in the city and say we are we want to take that leadership and that responsibility and provide.
Well, look,
the services.
I disagree with you. You know, we just had a budget presentation where the city manager has shown us that we're $12 million in the hole going into budget season. And the city does not have an endless supply of staff people who can drop whatever they're doing and take up whatever the latest new idea of a council member is. And I think that I think sometimes you have to be more creative. If there are a dozen organizations and dozens of volunteers willing to do this right now, tomorrow morning, why why would you want to build a new bureaucracy in the city to do it? And why would you want to take 45 days to do it? Why not start tomorrow and use the resources you have?
It's more about that. It's not, and it's in the long term, and this is why the community navigator is part of that. Like how it can take advantage of that to have a better structure. And I think it's more about I think the values, like you want a small government, and what we are saying is, well, government plays a key important role in providing services to the community. And in this moment, when our community, and especially the small business, has been impacted by a global pandemic, it's time for us to raise up and take the leadership to support these small businesses with whatever we want. And then it could help us in the long term, because as Shiva mentioned, there are so many grants, there are so many things that maybe we are leaving on the table because we don't have that infrastructure that we need. And the city is part of the city is to provide services.
Okay, let me ask the city manager. City manager, do we have the bandwidth right now to take on this project and run it from the city? Who are you? What staff members are you going to assign to it? What things that they're working on now are they going to have to drop to get it done? Can you address that?
Yeah, so I can just generally address it, and if Sasha would like to add to it, that would be helpful too. But also, we'd be happy to take a closer look and come back if we can't provide everything tonight. We do have staff that are already stretched. We do have staff who are already from the Economic Development Division who are already working on all kinds of other projects. So, for instance, folks who might be focused on economic development are working on housing authority, because we don't have enough staff in housing authority. So there's a little bit of a cascading effect going on. We are trying to be creative in how we provide services. And one of the things that we tried talking about this past weekend during the workshop, is having there be a clear set of priorities with definitions about what those priorities really are, so that we can come back to you overall with a staffing plan and a time management plan and timelines in terms of how we could get your work done for you. I am struggling to find ways with every single new item that comes up to continue to try and be able to realistically respond positively, to be able to actually do the work for you all. It's an increasing challenge.
I totally agree with the objectives. I think we all.
Yeah.
But how you get there, we're a world apart. The Councilmember Jimenez, thinks the government should do it, and I think that we've already got a lot of people in the private sector that are already doing this. Why not build on what we have? We've got an Economic Development Commission, right, Vice Mayor? Why isn't this something they can take on? This is really important, Vice Mayor.
First, I have to say this, because on Saturday when I asked if we could take up priorities, the entire council literally shut me down and said, let's focus on the budget and not look at priorities. So it's kind of weird that that's what we're doing right now. But I say that to say this is important. I do understand that the times that we're in, and just kind of, I don't know, to split the baby, we do have an Economic Development Commission with staff assigned to it. So I don't, like maybe Sasha and Laura can speak a little bit more to it, but is this not something that already complements the work the staff is already, I don't see this as creating a new bureaucracy. It's kind of like the work that's already being done. It's one or two more meetings and it's not the same amount of time, most definitely. So I'm not going to put that off like that, but correct me if I'm wrong, we already have someone working with the EDC, HRNA. We bring in these other groups and some of their information and data as well. And we may be able to get it done in sooner than 45 days with the municipality still having a hand over everything. And it's still being in a formal, does it have to be one way or the other? Can we meet in the middle? I guess is what I'm asking.
Shasta, you wanted to, I think the city manager pitched this over to you. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'm looking for Sasha or Laura to answer. I mean, the city manager or deputy city manager to answer that.
I think that there is work that's in progress that's complementary in nature, and it seems like maybe folks just weren't talking to each other. But I think the magnitude of that is what I think we still all need to understand. So unfortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to, review the presentation in advance or to have a dialogue about this. So, looking at the work that HRNA has already completed, it very much feels like it's complementary. We do have a scope of work that was approved by the city council and a budget that was approved by the city council for that specific work. So at this juncture, I think that the idea of trying to meet in the middle is definitely something that we as staff could work towards. But I think it would be helpful for us to have an opportunity to have a conversation with HRNA and have a conversation with Shiva and to get more in depth into the details, because unfortunately a lot of times, in these meetings, we don't get to get in the details. And I think that's probably where we need to get, because it sounds like, for example, the business license information, I totally agree, that we agree with that recommendation. It's something that we've been working towards as part of the Measure U implementation. And so I didn't want to interject throughout the presentation, because obviously that wouldn't be, respectful. But I think if we just could have a conversation and talk about where there's opportunities for alignment and there's synergy, and then where there's maybe been some miscommunication, and then come back to city council with proposed next steps, I think that would be really helpful. Right now, HRNA is, we were anticipating them coming to city council potentially in early June. And so we would have to see how this could all align.
What's HRNA?
That's the firm that's working per the city council's approval on the two items, a short-term local business recovery action plan and a business investment and attraction strategy. Those are items that we've been working on.
That's
okay.
literally.
Councilmember Bates,
yeah.
Put your hand up. Councilmember Bates, there?
No, that was last time.
Okay, well, I think it's time to move
Mr.
forward.
Mayor, it looks like we have a hand up from the presenter.
Okay, go ahead, Shiva.
I promise to keep it brief. I certainly, and I know the council members that brought this and the volunteers, I just want to reiterate that we are interested in working with whoever is interested in moving this forward. This is not meant to be in any shape or form any sort of political move to, divvy up power or anything like that. It's anyone who wants to come to the table. We are happy to be there. We already have meetings arranged with the Council of Industries and with the Chamber of Commerce, which again, uneasy bedfellows with some of the people on this council. But again, I hope that shows the commitment to this recovery. I do want to just finish by reiterating the Community Navigator is a grant that's free money the city can get to navigate this stuff. So the only thing the city would have to do is to apply for this grant to get money to do all this stuff. So I just want to reiterate that this is not an ask, at least in that sector, to carve out a huge portion of the budget to establish a grant department and so on and so forth. This is free money. that the city can apply for to establish this department over the coming years. And so at this point, really, to be frank, it seems like an issue, at least in that arena, of willingness. And so I really encourage city staff to at least consider that component of our recommendation seriously. And thank you so much, everyone, for your time. I look forward to working with whoever is interested in working on this moving forward.
And I'm gonna go ahead and risk like sounding just completely out of pocket. But I just heard a whole bunch of positions in the economic development office. Shiva, I don't know your future plans, but y'all, come on now. Like this young lady is clearly interested in this field. We have a bunch of positions open. Put your email in the chat or something, because this is it's just too much synergy going on and nobody's talking about it. So it's just like, even if it's, I don't know. I don't make personnel decisions. Laura does. So it's, so it's just like, come on, y'all. It's too much synergy here for us to miss this mark. So it's one of those things where, for me, I'm just going to take a point of personal privilege and say that there's, even if it's a conversation with you in our economic development commission or office, there is just way too much synergy here. I don't want to get into the electeds arguing about who shot John and who should do what when you guys are already like lined up and ready to go. So, Sasha, it sounds like we got somebody that we can work with. Let's work. So that's it.
Thank you, council member. Appreciate it.
I would like to make a motion that we approve these items. So direct staff to improve collection, analysis, and publication of data relating to small business, to make recommendation on how to support small businesses to obtain funding and other opportunities available. And it could be like, if it's before than 45 days would be great. And that I will add that direct staff to seek if the city could apply for the community navigator program grant.
Who's going to apply for it? Who's going to apply for the community navigator?
We can support that if you need, like, this is what volunteers can do, if but I think it's the willingness. And I think this is what I am now finding, like the willingness. So I made the motions, and council member Williams seconded. So
I'll second it.
I think, Mr. Mayor, just let me state to answer his question. I think Councilmember Jimenez was saying that the city should apply for the community navigator grant. It's not a position, it's money that will allow.
I understand that. Could somebody send us all information about that? Yes. We've been talking about it all night, but
I already shared it with LaShonda White, so the city, like LaShonda has it.
Okay.
So can we both?
I'd like to get a copy of it. It might be something the mayor's office can do. We actually apply for a lot of grants, and we help city staff apply for grants. So that might be something we could just do.
Get us the
money. That will be great. And if the mayor office can also take a lead to look for more of the grants, I will be happy to share all the information that the volunteer has been looking, and I think like your leadership is going to be really appreciated in this time.
I'm happy to share the information that Councilmember Jimenez shared. I've shared with some city staff, but I'm happy to share with the mayor's office also.
Councilmember Bates.
Well, after listening to the presentation by Shava, I don't see very many people that seem to be as sharp and as bright as she is as it relates to getting out there and doing some grants and securing them. So I don't know why we can't just simply refer this matter to the city manager with the consideration that we utilize her services in relationship to securing the grants. Just listening to her, and I agree with the vice mayor, this is she seemed overly qualified for a job of this nature, and I don't think it would be beyond the council's not direction, but recommendation to the city manager that she try to plug this talent into a temporary position or whatever she feels deemed necessary. So I think that's what the vice mayor had reference to, and I would be supportive of it.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a motion?
We have a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, a second by Councilmember Willis.
Okay, let's vote on this.
Well, I want to make the amendment that this young lady be referred to the city manager for possible consulting of something of that nature. And let the city manager look at it and come back with a recommendation. I would want that as an amendment.
Just a reminder that personnel matters of hiring staff that are folks within the city manager's part of the house, which is essentially everyone other than in the.
I'm all acquainted with that, attorney. I do know that this council has an opportunity to recommend. I didn't say hire her. I didn't say anything like that. I say recommend she be considered.
Understood. I just wanted to make clear for everyone that ultimately that is the city manager's purview.
Okay, let's vote
We all
on this.
know that.
Let's vote on this, Madam Clerk. Let's call the roll.
Does my amendment is included or not?
What about in terms of like that the city and volunteers like Shiva could coordinate more the intent of.
Let's vote. We got a motion on the floor. Let's
I
vote
will
on it and move
publicly
on.
say that myself, and I'm sure Councilmember Jimenez will definitely make sure that Shiva sits down with the city manager and at least connects on next steps to move this forward. And hopefully that will be okay.
Like it says, we all on the same page right now. Let's lock this in.
I think the city manager is well aware of the opportunities now.
All right.
Okay, so was there an amendment? Just trying to clarify.
No, as long as my concerns are being addressed,
Yeah,
I'm ready to vote.
There's no amendment. Let's call the roll and vote on this.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Came for a presentation and left with a job. Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
Vote is unanimous.
So are we, have we finished our agenda except for the item taken off the consent calendar?
Yes, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 123.
No, we took an item off the consent calendar. We've got item
H3 or H4?
H13, but the mayor has the prerogative to continue it if he like.
No,
H13.
H13. Would you call
Item H13 is to approve a recommendation from the Environmental and Community Investment Agreement Grant Review Committee for fiscal year 2021 through 2022 grant awards to 16 organizations in an amount not to exceed $225,000 and adopt a resolution and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute grant service agreements with approved grantees.
Okay, maybe we can get through this quick. The reason I pulled this off is there is one recommended grantee on that called the mindfulness program. Mindfulness. Let me look it up. The Mindfulness Project.
Mindful Life Project.
Mindful Life Project. Thank you. And that project, that organization is very controversial. They used to have a contract with West Contra Costa Unified School District, and they were terminated because there were a lot of complaints about the way they were abusing their employees, and they didn't have the proper certifications. And so in 2019, the school board voted to terminate them, and they've become somewhat discredited. And so I was surprised that after going through that with the school district and the school board, that the city of Richmond would want to award them a grant and bring them back into Richmond. So I don't know if anybody else has any information on that. There might be a public speaker. Well, first of all, I'll ask if there are any questions from council members. Are there any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
We have one speaker.
Okay.
Hakeem Johnson.
Could you call the public speaker?
Yes, Hakeem Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Hakeem Johnson, and I work at the Chevron Refinery. Last night, the Chevron Richmond Refinery conducted our annual telephone town hall to provide an update on the Chevron modernization project and compliance efforts. Much has been accomplished since the city's approval of the modernization project in 2014.
Hey, Hakeem.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what's this in relation to?
This is related to the ECIA program overall.
Oh, okay. The program overall. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All
Sure
right.
thing.
Okay.
No problem. And so as a result, in 2014, so thousands of jobs were created to support the project, and reductions in flaring, greenhouse gas emissions, and particulate matter have already been achieved since 2018. Particulate matter has seen a reduction of 25% so far. Our partnership with the city on the Environmental and Community Investment Agreement has been instrumental in supporting our residential neighbors, local nonprofit organizations, and city programs, from job training and public safety programs to free internet and establishing the Richmond Promise Scholarship Fund. We commend the city for continuing to support nonprofit organizations through the ECIA grant funding, enabling organizations to provide services to Richmond residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. We also look forward to the community learning about the work the city is doing to progress its greenhouse gas reduction programs as committed in the agreement. Thank you for your time.
Okay, was that the only public speaker?
Yes.
Okay, regarding the ECIA grants, I would like to move that we accept the staff recommendations with the exception of the Mindful Life project, and that we have asked staff to go back and do further investigation and come back with a report for us before we adopt that grant. Is there a second?
I'll second as one of the liaisons to the ECIA grant committee.
Okay. Any further discussion? Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates.
Yes.
Councilman Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Hesitantly, yes, because there's a lot that goes into, yeah, I'll just say yes for right now.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous.
Okay, I believe that now brings us to reports of officers.
Yes. Reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I was just gonna say happy Cinco de Mayo because tomorrow is yeah, I thought that's why you was raising your hand, but I planned that 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
I'm gonna go get a margarita after this meeting.
Don't drive, but then again, you're right.
Who's next? Anybody else?
I had the same announcement, like happy Cinco de Mayo to the city of Richmond. And I know this is our second year in a row not being able to be out in them streets on 23rd like we usually do and just show the Bay Area just how real we are. but just know, like, we still have the livest Cinco de Mayo celebration in the entire state of California. And as soon as this pandemic is over, we're back at it. And so just shout out to like the 23rd Street Merchants and everybody who puts that event on. And then, happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone.
See you next year.
Yo.
Okay.
I live
Feliz
next to
día,
23rd.
feliz Cinco
Trust
de
me,
Mayo.
we'll celebrate them regardless of our little gathering.
Okay, any other,
Yeah,
go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Feliz día 5 de mayo a todos, a las familias inmigrantes. Esperamos que tengamos una celebración mañana y que podamos seguir celebrando. Muchas gracias y estoy muy orgullosa de poder representar a nuestra comunidad inmigrante y poder hablar aquí en español con todos ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Okay, gracias. Anybody else have anything to offer? Any memorials? Anything at all? Going once, going twice? We'll see y'all later.
See y'all on Monday and then Tuesday, then the Tuesday after that.
That's the week after. Yeah.